Anandam Paramasukhadam Devalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana-sadrusham Tattvamasya-adilakṣyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcome everyone. Dharma Swami has already given the gist or an introduction to today's session. Today, we are all going to engage with listening to the Song of God, Bhagavad Gita. The context is the happening of the Mahabharata war, which was one of the biggest wars that was fought during humanity. It was fought between the Kaurava and the Pandava princes, who happened to be brothers, cousin brothers. And the Bharat, the land that was India those days, there was a very unfair event that happened where the land did not get into the hands of the rightful princes, the Pandavas. After going through a period of exile, when the Pandavas come back to reclaim half of the territory, Duryodhana, who happens to be the eldest of the Kaurava princes, denies the Pandavas, and he says he's not even going to give them a needle point of land. And that was the time when the war happened. Krishna, the Paramavatara, the incarnation of Vishnu, was also related to both the Kaurava and the Pandava princes. He was the greatest avatar happened to rekindle Dharma, to re-establish enlightenment on the planet Earth. At a point in time, when the war was announced, he says, I am available to join either of you. The only thing is, you can choose to have my army or me. Duryodhana, blinded in his ignorance, chooses the mighty army of the Krishna, which was really huge. Arjuna was more than happy to have the divine on his side, and the war gets started off. When the war is about to begin, Arjuna, who is the hero of this whole epic, the Mahabharata, comes and sees his own relatives, his friends, with whom he has grown up, his own grandparents, grandfather, his teacher, his uncles, his cousins, and he is in complete confusion. And he says, no, I don't think I want to fight this war. And it is at that time, in that situation, that Krishna delivers the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita is a Shruti. Shruti is what is heard, the teachings that are heard. The depiction between Krishna and Arjuna, the conversation that happened between Krishna and Arjuna, is actually the conversation between Narayana and Nara. Nara is each one of us, and Narayana is the ultimate. All the questions that Arjuna asks is each one of our question, and it is to answer each one of our questions that beyond time and space, Krishna delivered the Bhagavad Gita. As you dive deep into these understandings, you will all realize that these are all the questions that even I have in my life, and Bhagavan has already answered them. For many, like Dharma Swami rightly said, at least if you're a born Hindu, you come from a traditional family, from a very young age, you will at least start learning the Bhagavad Gita verses. The next level is, there are some people who engage with the translation, and you say, I've been reading Bhagavad Gita for 30 years. Or at the most, you might have engaged with certain translations which give you a literal meaning of word to word. The beauty of what we are going to get into now is Bhagavad Gita that has been demystified by none other than Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Bhagavad Gita has layers and layers of meaning and many sacred secrets embedded into it. It is only possible for the avatar to understand his own language, what he delivered way back 5,000 years ago. Only he can decode it for humanity, to make it user-friendly and of practical use and applicability for each one of our lives. So are we all ready to dive deep into Bhagavad Gita and receive all the sacred secrets of the same? Ma Frederick, I can see the excitement in your face. Yes. Atma Jyotikananda, Guru Prasadanima. All right. So let's enter into the Song of God, Bhagavad Gita, demystified by the Supreme Pontiff, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let us begin with a prayer to Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa himself. Please sit straight, put your hands together. We'll invoke Bhagavān Krishna's presence and seek his blessings for all these understandings to become our very cognition. Om Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I salute unto you, Bhagavan Krishna, the Guru, the Master of the world, the son of Vasudeva, the supreme bliss of Devaki, the destroyer of Kamsa and Chanura. Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. It is a manual for enlightenment, like how you have a user manual to drive a car or any new equipment that you pick up from the market. Everything comes with a user manual. The divine, out of his compassion, has given a user manual for humanity to achieve its ultimate purpose of its very happening, which is enlightenment. So Bhagavad Gita is that manual for enlightenment. Bhagavan Krishna expounds the knowledge of enlightenment through different parts to Arjuna, who represents humanity and its sufferings. Like I said, it is the conversation that transpired between Nara and Narayana. Narayana, Krishna, and Nara is a human being, Arjuna. Each one of us, he represents each one of us, our issues, our sufferings, our confusions, all of that. And to clear them all happened the Bhagavad Gita, which is the knowledge of enlightenment given by Bhagavan Krishna. There are 18 chapters in the Bhagavad Gita, and this is a table that has been compiled which talks about the gist of each chapter. The very first chapter is the Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Like I said earlier, when the warrior princes enter into the battlefield, Arjuna is completely confused. He is actually in deep depression. He's suffering. He's asking the question, how can I fight and kill my own kith and kin just for the sake of this land? I don't think I'm going to do this. And he's wanting to run away from the war field. Now, this is the situation. Many often, people would want to blame Krishna for promoting violence. Bhagavan says, no, it is not about violence. It is about re-establishing dharma on the planet Earth. If Krishna had not mediated the war, there were so many atomic weapons at that point in time that all life forms, not just humanity, all life forms would have been completely destroyed. So it is out of compassion for life. Nobody can be more life positive than the avatar himself. Out of his compassion for life, out of life positivity, Krishna creates a situation where all these atomic weapons are all brought into one place and they are destroyed, and he has saved humanity. Each one of us have to be thankful to Krishna that we are still there and there is life form on the planet Earth. So in Arjuna Vishada Yoga is the setting where the war begins. Arjuna represents all of humanity and the current status of our mind. Bhagavan says the only problem in our life is wrong thinking. We will go through each of these chapters through the session, and I would like to begin with the very first chapter, Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Yoga is union. Arjuna is in union with his own suffering. This is the chapter, the very first chapter, where the war begins. Bhagavan says, life will always be a mix of the good and the bad, the divine and the evil. Choosing one over the other does not enrich. We need to complete and go beyond both. Understand this? Choosing one over the other, the divine over the evil, the good over the bad, is not going to help. We need to complete and go beyond both. Gita is a Shastra. It gives a clear intellectual understanding about life, death, soul, about the great why of life, as well as the what of life, the do's and don'ts, the rules and regulations. Understand, scriptures are of three types: Shastras, Sutras, and the teachings that connect to your being, the very being. Shastra is what gives intellectual understanding about life, death, soul, the why, what, do's, rules, and regulations. Bhagavad Gita is directly from Bhagavan, God himself, from the Purnavatara, who is a perfect, complete incarnation, Śrī Kṛṣṇa. Till Śrī Kṛṣṇa, all incarnations were only teaching the science of leaving, renouncing the world if one wanted enlightenment. But for the very first time, it is Śrī Kṛṣṇa who gave this science of living in the space of Purnatva, the space of completion, that you don't need to renounce anything. Wherever you are, you will be radiating life and enjoying life. See, one of the main components of the happening of human life is, as per the Hindu understandings, is your liberation. It's most important. So all the incarnations that have happened till the happening of Krishna only thought about leaving, renouncing the world if one wanted enlightenment. But for the very first time, Krishna happened, who told that you can be where you are, you can do what you're doing. All of that in the space of completion, in the space of Purnatva. Live your life royal, like a king. But deep inside, you will be a sannyasi, renounced with everything. You will live where you are enjoying life at the same time and not bound to anything. That is the space of completion, Purnatva, that Bhagavān Krishna taught. We'll go to a small story to tell how our faith is pseudo if it is not life transforming. A guy lived as an atheist. One day, he fell from a cliff and was hanging on to a small branch. Slowly, the branch also started giving way. The man started shouting, "Oh God, I never believed in you, but now I do. Please save me." A guy who's lived as an atheist, when he's about to fall off from a cliff and the branch to which that he's holding on to is about to give way, he's about to die. He'll say, "Oh God, please save me. I never believed in you, but now I do, so please save me." The man started shouting. A booming voice from heaven said, "Oh my son, don't worry, I will save you. Just let go of the branch and I will save you." Immediately, the man responded, "Is there anybody else out there who can save me?" You understand? When your faith is so shallow, it cannot be life transforming. Mahabharata is a fight between the completions and incompletions within us. For the very first time, Bhagavan, Swamiji, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, has used the Mahabharata happening itself to depict the inner fight that is continuously going on inside each one of us. The fight that is happening between our completions and incompletions, between our possibilities and patterns within us. Krishna, the superconscious, constantly looms over our being, eternally reminding us of our space of highest positivity, highest possibility, divinity, and enlightenment, with his tremendous patience and infinite compassion, day in and day out. See how Bhagavan is there, facing everything and anything that he has to face, to raise each one of us to this space of highest positivity, possibility, divinity, and enlightenment, with the highest sacrifice, yaga, the compassion and patience. That is exactly what the avatar does. The superconscious constantly is looming over our being, awakening us to our own divinity. Arjuna's progress on this path of dharma unto his self-discovery to re-establish himself in the space of completion is the path of Bhagavad Gita. That can also be our path of Dharma if we internalize the message of the Gita. Arjuna, the most courageous fighter among the Pandava princes, the darling of all his teachers and close friend of Krishna, is now in deep dilemma, deep in completion. Arjuna is both the yogi and the kshatriya, the warrior. As a yogi, he is deeply spiritual, centered and complete within himself, deeply aware and integrated to his moral and ethical obligations. He knows. But as the kshatriya, the warrior, empowered with responsibility, ready to avenge, ready to impose order and control for protecting and upholding dharma, he is a typical kshatriya prince. Understand, there are both components in him. On one side, he is the yogi, who is so spiritual, centered and complete within himself. Krishna was his best friend. They grew up together. Very intimate relationship with Bhagavan Krishna. That is one side of him. The other side, he is a warrior who has all the responsibility to impose law, order, and uphold dharma. Only with enlightenment, it is possible to continuously, consistently proceed with both these personalities of inner completion as a yogi and outer responsibility to enrich as a warrior leader without faltering. Understand, there is always this problem for most seekers. Oh, I am a spiritual person, so I should not be doing this particular action. Swamiji says it's not right. I am a spiritual being. I have not got anything to do with material possessions. It is like when you start attaching sacredness to poverty. No, it's wrong. Only if your consciousness is expansive, you will also be wealthy in life. If there is poverty in your life, understand there is something deeply wrong inside in the consciousness level that needs to be corrected. On similar lines, when you are a spiritual being so completely and centered within yourself, if you have to execute all your responsibility of a warrior on a consistent and a continuous basis without faltering, you should be enlightened. That is the only way that you will execute both aspects, both dimensions of you to completion. Arjuna falters as he faces his enemies on the battlefield of the great Mahabharata war. His dilemma unfolds. Arjuna's dilemma is such that he is now able to be neither a yogi nor a kshatriya. See, the moment you become powerless inside, you are no longer a yogi. Where is your centeredness gone? I'm getting the point. When you are in a dilemma, you are not a yogi. At the same time, now you say you are a leader who wants to uphold dharma, but you're not ready to face the war, fight the war, to re-establish dharma. Now, this is what the dilemma caused in Arjuna. He is neither a yogi nor a kshatriya. He loses his space of completion and falls into such deep grief that bewilders his mind. Understand, Arjuna's dilemma is the dilemma of humanity. It represents the collective root patterns of humanity. It is the internal conflict between what we feel as us, what we feel we can actually do, our inner identity, that is the mamakara, the inner image that you deeply believe yourself to be, and what we project as us to others, what we feel we want to actually do, our outer identity, that is the ahamkara. What others think and perceive as us is the anyakara, and what we think about life and others and what we perceive as our value systems and beliefs, our swanyakara. So basically, see, what you are is these four identities. First, your inner image, your mamakara, your outer image, the ahankara, what you show as you to others. The third is the anyakara, what others perceive you to be, and the life image. All right, the swanyakara. Always, there is a conflict between your inner image and your outer image. Bhagavan says, when you align all the four images, that is your enlightenment. What you believe deeply inside you, your mamakara, will always be a lower than your own possibility. But what you show yourself as you to others will be very high than the factual reality, much higher than the factual reality. Swamiji says, Arjuna's dilemma is representing our collective dilemma, the conflict that we feel between these four images. And living in your peak capacity, in all the four identities, aligning your life to all the four dimensions and expressing your peak potential in all these four is authenticity or Shraddha. Living your peak inner image, aligning your inner image to the best positivity and possibility. Similarly, your outer image to its peak, the life image and others image. When you align all of these in all these four dimensions and express your peak potential, it is then that you are living Shraddha or authenticity. Bhagavan says, a person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions is an animal who lives in a very low level consciousness. Duryodhana, along with the Kaurava army, represents this low level consciousness. We are talking about the Mahabharata war akin to our own journey, basically. The negative thought patterns and the completions and the incompletions that are inside of us. On that thread, Bhagavan is telling how Duryodhana and the Kaurava princes, that army, represents the low level consciousness. A person who feels responsible for his own actions is a human being. He is middle level consciousness. There were many warriors who felt responsible for their actions, their duties, and even supported Duryodhana, and they represent the middle level consciousness. The third is the person who takes responsibility even for others' actions, is divine. He lives in leadership consciousness, Ishwaratva. Śrī Kṛṣṇa is the Ishvara, the leader of the universe, who is responsible for the whole cosmos with the ability to do anything with the cosmos. Bhagavan says the law of cosmos is responsibilism. Depending on what level of responsibility each one of you take in your life. That decides the level of your consciousness. If you're not taking responsibility even for your own actions, then you are living like an animal. If you take responsibility only for your own actions, then you are a human being. Whereas if you take responsibility even for others' actions, then you are established in leadership consciousness in the space of Ishvaratva, and that is a divine quality. The job of an incarnation is re-establishing Dharma, the cosmic law of responsibilism. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is responsible declaration, known in the Hindu spiritual practice as Nithyananda. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling or Atma Prema Shakti in you. Now, this whole Mahabharata war is Krishna's expression of the power of responsibility, the Ishvaratva. Even though Krishna or his actions are not responsible for the war, even though he is not the reason for the war. Understand, the contention here is the land that the Kauravas and the Pandavas are fighting for. Krishna is not going to get anything out of it, if you have to look at it in that sense. But he chose to take responsibility, and even though he's not the reason, sometimes you may say, okay, fine, maybe there's nothing to do with the land itself, but maybe he's one of the reasons. No, he's neither the reason, nor he's responsible. His actions are not responsible, but still he takes responsibility even for others' inauthenticity, others' irresponsibility, and re-establishes Dharma, the cosmic law of responsibilism, and this is the job of an incarnation. Whenever righteousness goes down on the planet Earth, incarnations happen to re-establish Dharma. We are in that juncture in humanity, and that is why the happening of the avatar. Krishna himself has told, Yada yadati dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttanam adharmasya tadatmanam srujamyaham, which means every time the Dharma is going down, I will reincarnate myself to re-establish the Dharma. That is the responsibilism that the avatar feels. The avatar now has descended to do the same, re-establish Dharma, the cosmic principles on the planet Earth, to the call of the prayers of millions of people. He has happened as Swamiji. Continuing, Arjuna could see within the armies of both the parties, his elders, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, cousins, sons, grandsons, friends, as well as fathers and fathers-in-law and well-wishers. Now, this is what causes his dilemma. When Arjuna, the son of Kunti, sees all these friends and relatives present there, he was so overwhelmed with deep pity, and he says, Krishna, see my friends and relatives present before me, eager to wage war. I feel my limbs are trembling, my mouth is drying, my hair is standing on its end, my bow, the Gandiva, is slipping from my hands, my skin burns. I am unable to stand here any longer. I'm forgetting myself, and my mind reels. I foresee only evil omens. Oh, the killer of the temptation. He's addressing Arjuna, describing the changes that are happening in his body, mind, and emotions when he is about to embark on the journey of the war, where he realizes that he's going to be fighting his own kith and kin. So he's addressing Arjuna and telling him, this is what is happening to me. The theme of the Gita is the story of Arjuna's dilemma, his incompletion, and its completion by Krishna. Imagine, Arjuna is the hero. He is one of the greatest warrior of all times. If that has to happen to him at the time of the war, how and beautifully Krishna completes him and makes him wage the war to re-establish Dharma. That is the theme of the Gita, the Bhagavad Gita. Utter confusion, dilemma is the first thing that any person has to face in this life for enlightenment. Okay, before I come here, see, this verse is the literal translation of how Arjuna expresses his dilemma. If you were to read any other Bhagavad Gita book that has been translated by regular people, unenlightened means, it would probably end there. What is the internalization for each one of us when Krishna is describing all this? Will you connect at an individual level? Mark Frederick, Guru Prasad? Yeah. Swamiji is looking deeper than that. He's giving you the sacred secret behind this verse also for you to internalize and you to fight, to come out of your incompletions and lead you to completion. He says, utter confusion and dilemma is the first thing that any person has to face in this life for enlightenment. If we have not yet faced dilemma, the possibility for transformation has not yet opened up. Isn't it? See, if everything is going hunky-dory, all is good in life, ooh la la, you go, get up in the morning, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, have your cup of coffee, everything is beautiful around you, nothing, no conflicts, you have a nice house, you have your car, you have your friends, you have your party, you eat, you sleep, and life moves on. Will you ever ask the bigger questions of life? It is only when suffering hits you. Do you even ask, why life? What life? Yes or no? Can you relate to this? Or sometimes, you may not even need to suffer. You have experienced everything in life. The utter fulfillment that you can get from all kinds of material comforts can actually lead you to a space of depression of success. Swamiji says, see, people who are battling with poverty, they don't know where their next meal is coming from. They will not even bother about, oh, who is God? What is enlightenment? No. Only if your stomach is full, you will even ask the bigger questions. That is what Swamiji says. Dilemma is the first thing that the person has to face in this life for enlightenment. And only when you face the dilemma, the possibility for transformation will open up in you. Arjuna now has come to a dilemma where he has become the seeker of truth. It takes a lot of courage, of authenticity, to bring integrated listening to our thinking, to stop and question our lives, our actions, and society's plan for us. Understand, the attitude of asking why needs awareness. Ma Jayanti, do you agree? It takes a lot of courage to ask these questions. Yes, ma. Thank you. If we just keep asking this one question, like, why am I doing what I am doing? And are able to take this one question to logical conclusion in our life, I tell you, we will be enlightened. You will radiate enriching. Bringing integrated thinking for the modern day mind is almost become an impossible task. With so many distractions, so many confusions, so many incompletions inside you, the integrated listening in the first place doesn't happen. And you can't ask the bigger questions of life and integrate your whole thinking process to reach a logical conclusion. Swamiji says, if you just keep this one question alive, why am I doing what I'm doing? And if you're able to take this one question to logical conclusion, you will be enlightened and radiate enriching. The essence of Gita is living in the space of completion and in the present moment. The truths that are expounded in the Gita are all about personal transformation. It is not just some scripture that you keep in your altar, your puja room and worship. All the truths that are here are about each one of our transformation. Each verse of the Gita is a sutra, a technique that you can work on and transform yourself through completion. Completion is the space and state where you will be totally connected with life and with the people in your life in the present moment without any limiting, restraining influence of the past happening in your life. Yes, are you all in the space of internalizing these truths? You know what completion is, right? We've spoken about it earlier, where there is no hangover of the past in the present moment, and you're completely available in the present moment and interacting with life and living your future without any influence of the past over it. So, Gita teaches you the technique to transform yourself and be in the space of Purnatva, where you connect with life in the present moment without any restraining influence of the past. So that brings us to the conclusion of the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the Arjuna Vishada Yoga. The second is Sankhya Yoga. Sankhya is the philosophy that was given by Kapila Muni. Bhagavan says, see all this while who was talking? Arjuna was talking, isn't it? Arjuna was talking and expressing his confusion, his dilemma. Now, Bhagavan starts talking. Swamiji says, see, when you open your mouth, what you talk is what you are breathing inside. What is topmost in your head? What is deep in your heart? And that is what you talk. Sankhya is the philosophy that was given by Kapila Muni, and even Krishna was filled with Sankhya, and that is why when he started talking, the very first thing that he expressed was Sankhya. The essence of Sankhya Yoga is you are God. Let's enter into Sankhya Yoga. Now, Arjuna's concern about the death of his kinsmen and elders arises out of his root pattern of fear and insecurity about his own death and confusion. Understand, this is a very deep truth that we all need to internalize. Whatever it is that you are seeing in the other, you are projecting on the other, is what is very much in you. When I say, I'm afraid my grandfather, my teacher, my uncle are all going to die, I am afraid of my own death. I am operating from that pattern of fear and insecurity about my own death. Are you getting the point? When Arjuna says that he is concerned about the death of his kith and kin, he is operating from the pattern of fear and insecurity of his own death and confusion. Bhagavan says, Shrunvantu Vishve Amritasya Putraha. Oh, sons of immortality, please listen to me. Are you all ready to listen? The truth is you are immortal. The right knowledge is the ultimate solution to all our problems. Bhagavan is giving the truth. There is no death in reality. Do not fear death. You are immortal. You are imperishable, and death is but a passage. It is just one event in the flow of your life that is immortal. Krishna continues with Sankhya, the knowledge of completion. In Sankhya, you are recognized as a soul. The idea taught to you about you is you cannot be cut by weapons, you cannot be burnt by fire, you cannot be made wet by water, and you cannot be blown away by air. Nothing can do nothing to you. Nothing can be done to you by anything. Understand, the moment Bhagavan is opening his mouth, you are given an amazing introduction about you to you. He says, Shrunvantu Vishve, all of you, listen, Amritasya Putraha, you are the sons of immortality. You have no death. Nothing can be done to you by anything. You are immortal. And this is the very essence of the Gita. Krishna says, Nainam Chindanti Shastrani, Nainam Dahati Pavakaha, Na Chainam Tedyanti Apo, Na Soshayati Marutaha. Weapons do not clean, nor fire burns the Atman. Water does not wet it, and wind does not dry it. When he talks about the basic truths of life and spirituality, it is Shastra. He is giving intellectual knowledge of completion, about consciousness. This is a very, very beautiful verse from the second chapter, the Sankhya Yoga, 23rd verse of the Bhagavad Gita, which talks about how you, your soul, your Atman, cannot be cleaved by weapons, cannot be burnt by fire, cannot be wet by water, and cannot be dried by the wind. And you are that, you are the immortal sun. The Apta Pramana is from the Nirvana Shtakam by Adi Shankara. It says, Mano Buddhya Hankara Chittani Naham, Na Shrotra Jihve Na Chakrahana Netve, Na Chavyoma Bhumir Na Tejo Na Vayupu, Chidananda Rupaha Shivoham Shivoham. A very beautiful verse which says, I am not the mind, not the intellect, not the ego, nor the reflections of the inner self, the chitta. I am not the five senses. I am beyond that. I am not the seven elements, nor the five sheets. I am indeed that eternal knowing and bliss, the auspicious Shivam, love, and pure consciousness. This is Adi Shankara in Nirvana Shtakam about consciousness. Nithyanandam Amandeep Bakshiyaya. Nice to have you here in the session here. All right. How are you all feeling with these truths? I'd like to take some time off to get the voice from the participants. Listen to your voices. Sharings. How are you feeling? For how many of you is the first time that you're listening to these truths? Ultimate truth, says Srīmad Bhagavad Gītā. Yes. When I listen to people say, oh, we have only one life, let's go and live it. It is such a poverty consciousness. Ma Jayanti says, difficult to apply in reality. Okay. Ma Atma Jyoti Kananda, I feel like I'm my master, so light. A wonderful, beautiful explanation, says Manitya Guru Prasadini. And I loved it for a long time, but now I can understand more. Thank you, says Ma Frederick. Thank you, Ma. Yes, Ma Jayanti. Internalize the truths. It is his job to make it happen for you. Okay. Why the Western and Eastern have such differences, says, is asking Sri Nithyananda Bhavan. What Swamiji says is, see, the Western world has mostly worked with the outer comforts, the outer sciences. Swamiji says, when people ask me why there are so many gods that you people in the Hindu tradition you worship, why so many temples? And Bhagavan tells them, why so many theaters? Why so many football stadiums? See, in Hinduism, we've had rishis, masters who have done a lot of research and development in the inner sciences. And that is why this land of Bharat, the Akhanda Bharat, where all the enlightened masters have happened as an unbroken lineage, have distilled out the truths as they are in the inner world. Whereas the same has not happened in the Western world. In the Western world, there have been a lot of research and development that have happened in the zone of material comforts. And what you believe in is what you see around you at the end of the day. Whereas in an Indian village, all children are told the truth that you will have to come back again and again to fulfill your karmas. Even a small child will tell you that. Am I answering your question? Yes. All masters who have happened, they have had it as their own experiences, and all the incarnations who have happened, including Krishna, Rama, Bhagavan himself, stand foolproof methodology of the truth that you are eternal and you are immortal. Adi Shankara tells the same Bhagavan in the Nirvana Shtakam. You exist in the past, present, and future. The past, present, and future, all the three put together are eternal, Nitya or Atman. Only when you come to the present moment do you experience the Atman, your true self. But as of now, you are constantly shuttling between your past and future. So that was the essence of the Sankhya Yoga of the Bhagavad Gita. The chapter 3 is Karma Yoga, the beauty of purposelessness. Now, when Bhagavan Krishna has delivered the truth of you are immortal, you are eternal, he is giving him the ultimate understanding. And now, the confusion still continues in Krishna's mind, whether to act or not to act. Krishna says, "Oh Janardana, why do you urge me to engage in this terrible war if you think that knowledge is superior to action, O Keshava? My intelligence is confused by your conflicting words. Therefore, please tell me certainly what is most beneficial for me." You're telling me all these great truths that there is nothing called death, you are immortal, you are eternal. After all those understandings, you're still asking me and to go and fight this terrible war. And my intellect is confused by your conflicting words, so please clarify. Bhagavan says, "Oh sinless Arjuna, as I said before, in this world, there are two paths of firm faith. Gnana Yoga, the path of self-knowledge for the intellectual, and Karma Yoga, the path of action of the knowing." So there is Gnana Yoga and Karma Yoga. A person does not attain freedom from action by abstaining from work, nor does he attain fulfillment by giving up action. See, if you don't engage in action, you are neither going to enjoy freedom from action, nor are you going to attain fulfillment. To act is human nature. isn't it? Surely, not even for a moment can anyone stand without doing something. Can you? He is always in action despite himself, as this is his very nature. Do your prescribed work, as doing work is better than being idle. Even your own body cannot be maintained without work. Do we all click with this truth? Can you just be without doing anything? Any one of you? Even to maintain your body, you have to work, isn't it? You have to brush your teeth, take a bath, cook your food, feed yourself, wash yourself. Without doing anything, you cannot be. An idle man's mind becomes a devil's workshop. We're all very, introduced to this table, isn't it? If you're not doing anything productive, Swami says, see, there is no neutral space when you're not doing anything. No, either you are creative and productive or you are destructive. There is no space where you're neutral, not doing anything. So do your prescribed work, as doing work is better than being idle. And how to do your work? Do work with devotion. Drop expectation. Now this is Karma Yoga. Whatever is your prescribed work, do it with devotion, not expectation. Drop all expectations. Karma Yogi works with the courage of authenticity. Śrī Kṛṣṇa says, a Karma Yogi, one who lives the path of authenticity in action, is a man who relaxes into Nithyananda, the state of eternal bliss, and does his work from the space of completion. I repeat, Śrī Kṛṣṇa says, a Karma Yogi, one who lives the path of authenticity in action, is a man who relaxes into Nithyananda and does his work from the space of completion. Any work that you are doing out of a space of incompletion is never going to fulfill you. Do you all understand this? Yes. When you operate from the space of authenticity, from the space of completion, you will be executing that work with extreme authenticity, with being relaxed in the space of Nithyananda. Work has to be performed selflessly. Otherwise, work binds one into this world. The beauty of purposelessness is being explained in the Karma Yoga. O son of Kunti, perform your work for me, and you will do it authentically, liberated, and without attachment. Act without attachment. One should work always without attachment. Performing work without attachment, man certainly achieves the supreme. King Janaka and others attained perfection by selfless enriching. To guide others, you too must act selflessly. Selfless enriching liberates. When you get into action, do your actions from the space of completion. Without any your focus should be on executing that action authentically, devoted to the divine. The results that follow should not be your focus. This is what Bhagavān Krishna is giving as the essence of Karma Yoga. The Apta Pramana is from the life of King Janaka. Krishna says a beautiful thing. King Janaka was a beautiful example of a true Karma Yogi, a man of selfless authenticity in action with a continuous commitment to enriching life in and around him. He was a king. He ruled the kingdom, yet was unattached and liberated. Just like Krishna, who ruled the kingdom, yet was a sannyasi in the truest sense of the word. Janaka was a modern king who was complete unto himself, untouched by the external world. Once, it so happens, an ascetic went to the court of King Janaka and saw how Janaka was neck deep in the activities of his kingdom, living like a king. He didn't look any different. All the extravaganza of the palace, he's continuously performing all the duties, maintaining the finances, the accounts, listening to all the people's problems. He's doing all of that. Now this ascetic thought to himself, Janaka seems to be a materialistic person. He is entrapped in so many worldly matters. Janaka understood what the ascetic was thinking. He called him and asked, what kind of an ascetic are you? Instead of being happy and content within yourself, you're trying to find fault with others. Now this is a grave sin, especially for an ascetic, a person who's supposed to know about these things. For this, I have to give you the most severe punishment. You will be hanged to death next week. Now, the ascetic was terrified. He could not sit in peace. He spent sleepless nights thinking of the gallows. He dreamt daily that his neck was being tied to a rope. He became very thin and pale, and Janaka sent a servant to call him on the day of the execution. This is a very beautiful Apta Pramana which goes on to illustrate what a Karma Yogi King Janaka was. So continuing with the story, the ascetic was unable to stand before the king. He trembled and fell on the ground. Janaka offered him some fruits and a cup of milk. He ate the food, but his mind was still on the gallows. Janaka asked him, how do you like the taste of the milk now? Is it good? Do you relish your food? Did you relish your food these past 7 days? The ascetic replied, O king, I could not taste the food, nor the milk that you offered me just now. My mind is only on the gallows all the time. Janaka said, just like your mind is always on the gallows, my mind is always fixed on the divine, even though I'm involved in worldly activities. Though I am in this world, I am out of the world. Work for the world, unattached like myself. Janaka, though neck deep in the administration of his kingdom, was completely unattached and liberated. The ascetic was unable to stand. Oh, sorry, this is a repetition. Sorry, continue. So with this, I guess I will hand over to the next Acharya. We have been done with the first 3 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna Vishada Yoga, the Sankhya Yoga, and the Karma Yoga. Each of the chapter has a message for all of us to internalize and transform our lives. All the questions that Arjuna asked are the questions that each one of you have had at various points in your time, for which you probably did not find answers. The happening of the avatar to demystify and decode the Bhagavad Gita, so that this scripture that was delivered by Bhagavān Krishna exclusively to lead each one of us to attain the ultimate, the space of self-realization, the state and space of Nithyananda. The eternal bliss happens for all of us. In deep gratitude to Bhagavan for taking up this beautiful job of decoding and demystifying the Bhagavad Gita, let's put our hands together and chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Śrī Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Nithyananda Uma Balaji.
Thank you, Ma Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone. So good to see all of you. Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini, Ma Friedrich, Ma Jayanti, Ma Atma Jyotikananda, Sri Lingodhavan, Amandeep Bakshi, Nithyanandam, everyone. Yos Yu Huan, Ma Nitya Chandra Shekhar Priya. So can you all turn on our videos and connect? Yes, please turn on your cameras. Amandeep Bakshi, Yos Yu Huan. Yes, let us connect with each other by keeping our cameras turned on. Yes, nice to see you all. Nithyanandam, Ma Nitya Chandra Shekhar Priya. Yes, so can you all type from which place you're all attending the program? You can type in the chat. Very nice to see that all the people from across the globe are attending this program. Very good to see that. So Majanti is attending from Malaysia. I know it must be late, very late for most of you because you're all attending from across the globe. Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini is from Macau. Okay, so Ma Amandi Bakshi is from New York. Okay, it will be. Ma Sri Nitya Lingodhavan is from China. Okay, welcome one and all. Ma Friedrich, you have a guest with you. You have yes. Nithyanandam, welcome to the program. Good to have you here. Yes. Okay, so a beautiful evening. Today we're learning about the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita happens to be the source scripture, the sacred scripture of yoga. It is the ultimate sacred scripture of yoga. So how many of you have heard about Bhagavad Gita before coming? I mean, apart from being here in this session today, have you heard about the Bhagavad Gita? How many of you have heard about the Bhagavad Gita? You know something. What do you know? You can type here. Whatever knowledge you have about the Bhagavad Gita, you can type here. Of course, after the first two sessions, you have had, your knowledge has increased. It has expanded. You have added knowledge and information about the Bhagavad Gita. But let us find out what we have understood till now. You can type your understanding. So, Ma Nitya Chandra Shekhar Priya, I'd like to connect with you. Please turn on your camera, Ma. Lios Yu Huan. Okay, Amandeep Bakshi is sharing that he learned about 4 tattvas and 4 identities. Beautiful. There's much more that we will be learning, and not only learning, we will be applying the science in our daily lives. So, work without expecting results. Beautiful. That is Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa's teachings. Working, you do your work and leave the rest to me. That is what Bhagavan says. Yeah, you just put in your efforts and leave the results to me. I will take care of it. To put it in simple words. And Sri Nitya Lingodhavan is sharing that he learned about karma yoga. Yes, beautiful. Who else? Atma Jyotikananda. Would you like to share something? What is your understanding or learning from the previous sessions? Okay, so for those who are yet to turn on your cameras, please understand that Nayana Diksha is happening continuously. That is Bhagavan's Diksha, initiation. He is seeing all of you. He may not be present in this room here, but his energy is with all of us, and it is his energy that conducts the program. So keep yourselves available, be available in front of the cameras to receive the truths. Your availability shows how intense you are in your seeking. Okay, so let's enter into the session with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Your hands in the Anjali Mudra. If you know the Sadguru Vandanam, you can chant along with me. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukharam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasatrusham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. So Atma Jyotikananda is sharing, he is feeling the existence of the ID. Is it ID? Am I reading it right? Okay, yes. You can, okay, Atma Jyotikananda, got it. Let's enter into the session. See, what is Bhagavad Gita? Let me give you a quick recap. For all the people who are joining in new, Bhagavad Gita is the ultimate sacred scripture of yoga. It belongs to the whole universe. Whole universe means it belongs to you as well as me, because it is delivered to the universe by the source and embodiment of universe. We salute and bow down to Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa, who spoke the Bhagavad Gita out of his infinite love and compassion for all beings. Whenever unrighteousness, that is adharma, becomes predominant and dharma, righteous living, declines, and the yoga of enlightenment is lost, Parabrahma Krishna, the Supreme Consciousness, appears again and again to revive the sacred yoga, to protect and to enrich the devoted beings, and destroys adharma, to re-establish the pure and everlasting dharma, the science of enlightenment. Dharma samstapanathaya sambhavami yuge yuge. That is Sri Krishna's promise and the essence and spirit of the Gita. Now, Sri Krishna's dialogue with Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra out of his utmost concern and love for him and humanity is the content of Bhagavad Gita. See, all of us have a guru in our lives who is an incarnation. He is an incarnation of Paramashiva himself. Now, we are experiencing negativity in the whole cosmos. The whole world is, planet Earth is going through turmoil. There are natural calamities happening, wars are happening, there is death, the sins are rising. Isn't it? We are all becoming just observers. We are watching all these happening. It is at its peak. The adharma is, the negativity is at its peak. And that is why the incarnation, our own Bhagavan Śrī Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is here to take us across, to help us move across this ocean, the samsara it is called, the ocean, the samsara. He is here to liberate us from the samsara bandhana. how we have all bound ourselves in this deluded world. He is here to liberate us. So Sri Krishna's dialogue with Arjuna is nothing but Arjuna is representing the whole of humanity. It is because of his utmost concern, Bhagavan Krishna's utmost concern for love, and love for him and humanity is the content of Bhagavad Gita. Gita is the ultimate practical teaching on the inner science of spirituality that expresses as outer victory and success in life and now and after life. So I hope you're all with me. Yes, wonderful. Welcome, Linkle Souza. Welcome to the program. Requesting you to keep your camera turned on so that I can take a look at you. So now we'll be looking at chapter 4. We have been through the first 3 chapters, and now we are entering into the 4th chapter, which is the Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the path of knowledge. Just give me a minute. Yes, Lincoln Souza. Good to meet you. Welcome to the program. Yes, it is highly recommended that you attend the program with the camera turned on so that you are in the right receiving space. The energy is more intense and your awareness levels are also very high when you are in front of the camera. Okay, so now we are entering into chapter 4, the Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the path of knowledge. The first step beyond intellect. Krishna says, Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo vidu sa kale neha mahata yogo nashta parantapa. The science is given to kingly saints. Only a person who has seen the outer world thoroughly realizes its emptiness. Only he can enter the inner world. If somebody who has not experienced depression of success enters spirituality, he will stand in front of God and beg, God, give me this, give me that. If you want divine relationship to happen, you need love. You have to leave logic behind. Krishna further says, Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa further says, Sa evayam mayate dya yoga prokta puratana bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam heta uttamam. I am telling you about this very ancient science of the ultimate enlightenment, and being my devotee and my friend, you will understand the supreme mystery of the science. So here, Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa is addressing each one of us as his very own, as his friend. Arjuna is only representing the whole of humanity. So here, in this verse, Krishna says that he is going to share this ancient science of the ultimate enlightenment, and being his own devotee and his friend, we will understand the supreme mystery of this science. Beyond logic lies devotion. The qualification to receive the truth is devotion. Please understand, the only qualification that is required to receive this truth is devotion. So let me reiterate this statement again. Whenever you ask something, whenever you want to ask for something during the darshans, when you are on your way with Bhagavan, ask for that devotion. That is the greatest gift one can have. With devotion, everything is possible. Life becomes very sweet when you connect with him, with the source, with devotion. It is a complete different feeling. You will enjoy him every moment, every single moment. You will enjoy his presence. So ask for devotion. So great truths can never be expressed by logic because logic is not sharp enough. Krishna says, Bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hetat uttamam. You are my devotee and you are my friend. You are my very own. The person who does not have a connection with Krishna cannot receive the message. So you can start relating to Bhagavān Paramashivoham, Bhagavān Nithyananda as Krishna, and start seeing him as Krishna. The one who is delivering the science of completion to all of us, who has come back in the form of Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashiva. Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa is here in the form of Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivam and delivering the whole of humanity. He is raising the whole of humanity to the next level. So once you know him, you are liberated. To know me is to be liberated. The very act of identifying, your being will identify him. It is not the mind that can identify, but the being will know who is Paramashiva. The one who knows and experiences the reality of my divine appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take birth again and again in this material world, but attains me, O Arjuna. So he is here to show you that you are divine, for the self-realization to happen. He is here to make us understand that we are all divine and we are all a part of this universe and we have always existed. The universe is eternal. It has always existed, and you and me have also existed. We are all here eternally, maybe in different forms, in different parts of the. There are 14 worlds. Maybe we have been in different parts of those worlds, but now we all exist here on planet Earth in different forms. The forms may be perishable, but the Atman, the self, is imperishable and it has always existed. So when you know this truth, when you understand the science, the fear of death just diminishes. In the Bhagavatam, the life history of Lord Krishna, Krishna himself sings, I am the Lord. He says, there is a possibility when I can achieve. Why can't you? When I can achieve, why can't you? Because we are all his extensions. We are not separate from him. Understand? You are all not separate beings. You are all his very own extensions. If we authentically decide and we will enter in the same consciousness and bliss as Krishna, we can all achieve. Achieve what? The truth. The truth. The truth is that you are all enlightened. It is your patterns that is stopping you from understanding, from accepting that you are just normal beings. Please understand, you are all divine beings. Your inner space is connected to the universe. The inner space you carry is Hiranyagarbha, the space where the planets get created. So anything you decide in your inner space becomes a reality in the cosmos, reality in life. So once you know this truth, you go beyond pain, suffering, depression, and diseases. All you need to do is alter your inner space, because your inner space is connected to the universe. So start deciding whatever you want in your life. Make changes, alter the cognition that you carry. Once you start manifesting your reality, see, the sciences was not given to anyone and everyone. In the ancient period, the science was given only to the royals. Only the royals received this science. But today, he is making it available to the whole of humanity, so that the whole of humanity gets enlightened. The truth is shared with the whole of humanity, so that the humanity at large benefits from these truths. So when you understand these truths, you go beyond pain, suffering, depression, and diseases. The purposelessness of life. There is no purpose to life. Understand? There is no purpose to life. Since a very young age, all of us have been taught that we need to have a purpose. There is some purpose. We have been asked to set goals for ourselves, isn't it? This is how we have been conditioned by the society, by our parents, by our teachers, by our peers, by our friends. We have all been conditioned to have some goal in life. When you don't have a goal, you're not respected. People don't look upon you with respect or regard when they see that you don't have a purpose in life. You're just roaming like a vagabond. Bhagavan is not asking you to be useless or jobless. What is he telling us? Let us find out. See, there is no purpose to life except to live in completion and to enrich others and yourself with completion. Only the person who realizes the purposelessness of life can be satisfied in any action with whatever profit comes from that action. What Krishna calls yadacha labha santushto dvandvadito vimatsaraha samasiddha asiddhau cha kritvapina nibbadhyate. So here Krishna is saying, Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa, there is no purpose to life except to live in completion. So when you live in completion, you also help others around you to live in the same completion. You enrich others and yourself with completion. And only the person who realizes the purposelessness of life can be satisfied in any action with whatever profit comes from that action. So when you do not have the purposelessness in life, you also don't have expectations. See, only the expectations are cause for our suffering. We suffer only because we have expectations. Somebody doesn't live up to our expectation, we cringe, isn't it? From within. We have certain expectations from our business, certain profits. When that doesn't happen, what happens? Unnecessary suffering. When you don't receive from life what you are expecting from life, from others, when you don't get it, you're not able to achieve it, then you go through suffering. So Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa is the only being, the Supreme, telling us that there is no purpose to life except to live in completion and to enrich others and yourself with completion. So with that, we come to the conclusion of chapter 4 and we move to chapter 5, the Sannyasa Yoga, living all your possibilities. So how do we live our possibilities? Let's find out in this chapter. Yes, Ma Guru Prasadini, Nitya Guru Prasadini, Ma Frederick, Ma Jayanti. So what is your understanding, Ma, from this chapter? What did we learn? You can share. You can share here in the chat. What was your understanding? The truth that you received. So how can we run our life with this understanding? How are you going to apply this truth in your lives? Accepting the reality as it is and is completion. Okay, accepting the truth as it is. When you don't hang on to your past, that is completion. Living in the present moment is completion. Living in the present moment powerfully is completion. See, one thing all of us need to cognize or understand, what we need to understand is every moment of life, this is the moment where life is happening. Life is happening in this moment, this very moment, where all of you are sitting and receiving the truths. So when you are here, be completely present. Do not hang on to your past. Do not hang on to your past memories. Do not bring your past memories into the present, which affects your future. And that, when you do that, then you are in incompletion. But when you live in the present moment, accepting the reality as it is, then you are living in complete completion. See, try it. Okay, give it a try. Living in an untouched way, having no thoughts bother you. Do not hang on to your thoughts. Do not connect your thoughts from one thought to the other. Living in an unclutched space, that is completion. At any time, see, if something is bothering you at the back of your mind, it can be a person, it can be a situation, it can be an experience, it can be something happening that is bothering you. Okay, decide now to drop it, to drop the suffering. Just decide that you will drop it, and because you are eternal. Understand, you're not here for a limited period. You are eternal. You have eternity in front of you. Now, even when you carry these things in your mind and bring upon yourself unnecessary suffering, what are you doing to yourself? Please understand. What are you doing to yourself? What are you doing to your body? Your thoughts create your body. Your thoughts create the reality for you. If you're going to give energy to all the unwanted thoughts in your life, you're going to create that. You're going to make it happen. So decide to drop everything and be in the present moment and enjoy this moment. Then you will be receiving the truths in a powerful way. Always feel powerful in whatever situation you are faced with. Feel powerful. The existence is beautifully guiding you. It is leading you every moment. It is present. Let me read out your understand here. So Ma Jayanti is sharing that enriching others can help to attain fulfillment. Okay, Ma? That's nice. So what are the steps you are going to take, Ma, to enrich others? You are sharing that enriching others can help attain fulfillment. So what would be the first step that you would be taking to do that, Ma, to enrich others? How are you going to enrich? Okay, come with a plan and do it. Immediately apply it. Whatever truths you learn here, apply it in your lives. This moment, this is the moment that is happening. There is no future or past. Okay, the present moment is the moment. Whatever you want to do it now. This is the moment. See, like when Swamiji initiated us into the power of levitation, we were all physically available, and we were all very fortunate, very lucky, and very fortunate people to be around him in his presence. So when he initiated everyone into the science of levitation, initially I felt very incomplete because I was not levitating, and everybody around me, most of them around me, were levitating. Okay, and I would very frequently visit the Adhinam. I'm also fortunate to live in Bangalore, which is just about 35 kilometers away from the Adhinam. So we would regularly visit the Adhinam. And so one day, like when I visited the Adhinam, Swamiji was again initiating everyone, and he was initiating everyone into the power of levitation. I decided that moment. Of course, he expresses through you. He gives you the intelligence. Okay, the intelligence that happened at that moment is the levitation will happen now. I'm going to levitate now. This moment, I'm going to manifest this power. I decided. You won't believe it. It happened. Immediately I levitated when I decided that it is going to happen. I'm going to make it happen at this moment. I'm not going to wait for another session or another Sarvadarshan or another program. It is going to happen. Let it happen now. My prayer to Bhagwan was because I wanted to experience that. I saw people levitating and I thought, okay, it is something completely different. Let me experience that. What is levitation? Let me also have that experience. And that is how I started levitating. Okay, so whatever truths are being shared here, if something appeases you, something attracts you, let that become your prayer. Bhagwan, let me be complete at this moment. Make me complete. Let me experience completion. Allow me. Let it happen. Let the completion happen in me. Let the untouching happen in me. Let it happen at this moment. Okay, so that should be your prayer. Okay, Ma Frederick is sharing. Enlightenment is always, but we are on the way to be complete. Okay, Ma. Yes, you are. Yes, on the way. You have arrived at your destination. You just allow the master to do whatever needs to be done. Okay. The inner space is connected to the universe. Okay, Guru Prasadini. Very nice, Ma. Very nice sharing. Atma Jyotikananda. Setting aside expectations is the only way to fully realize the possibility of life and gain wisdom and benefits from it. Feeling eternal joy. Yes, very true. When Atma Jyotikananda is sharing a very beautiful truth. Do not have expectations. Okay. When you have expectations, you suffer. So why have unnecessary expectations? Accept the reality as it is. Live in the present moment. And it is a beautiful place to live in the present moment. Okay. When you live in the present moment, you actually look at the beauty of life. You enjoy the beauty of life. And every minute becomes very beautiful. When you start living in the present moment, your connection with Bhagavan also increases. Okay. You connect with him beautifully. And then you will feel his presence. You will always feel his presence. You will see that he is guiding you. Every moment he is guiding you and he is with you. Okay. That is how I experience. Whenever I live in the present moment, I experience him. Whenever I get deluded, it's not like I lose the feeling connection, but I get deluded and I forget to live in the present moment, but I bring myself back again and again. I tell myself, no, this is important. This moment is important. Let me live in an unclutched way. Let me bring in completion. Let me drop all expectations from others. Okay. Devotion. Guru Prasadini is also sharing. Devotion is important in enlightenment. Beautiful sharing, Ma. We are beyond the body and mind. Yes, we are immortal. Beautifully expressed, all of you. I see all of you are beautifully sharing. So if you continue to share and receive the truths in the same manner, believe me, whatever needs to happen to you, he will make it happen. Bhagavan will make it happen. Just be here. See, Swami always says, be physically available and I will do my job. That is why we request you to be on camera. Because Nayana Diksha is happening all the time. Bhagavan is watching over all of you. And he will make the reality happen for each one of you. See, he's Antaryami. He resides in each one of you. And he knows what each one of you want at this moment. He knows how to complete you, how to walk you out of all incompletions, how to liberate you from the bondage. Allow him to do his job, and he does a wonderful job. Okay? I speak from my own experience. He does a wonderful job. You can trust him. Yes. So, Atma Shatakam is given to us by Adi Shankaracharya, another incarnation of Paramashiva. So here he's sharing his Atta Pramana. Okay, I think I moved. So, sorry. We have moved forward to Sannyasa Yoga. Next chapter is Sannyasa Yoga, live all your possibilities. Now let us look at the Atta Pramana. Atta Pramana means the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time tested and verified the science. Okay, so let us all thank Bhagavan because he has imparted these truths, Bhagavan, our own Swamiji, Guru, in the form of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let us all offer our gratitude at his feet for sharing with us this beautiful science that we can apply in our lives and liberate ourselves from all sufferings. So here, Adi Shankaracharya, another incarnation of Paramashiva, is sharing, I am not the enjoyer, I am not the enjoyed. Please listen. I am not the enjoying. I am not the enjoyer. I am not the enjoyed. I am not the enjoying. I am beyond all that. I am just the embodiment of Shiva. This is one of the most beautiful messages from Shankara. I am not the doer. I am not the deed. I am not the doing, he says. I am just the witness beyond all these. Beautifully, Bhagavan Adi Shankaracharya is sharing. He is beyond everything. We are not doing. We are not. See, it applies to each one of us here. Let us apply this truth to ourselves. I am not the enjoyer. Then who am I? I am not the enjoyed. I am not the enjoying. I am beyond all that. You just become a witness to everything, is what Swamiji says. I am just the embodiment of Shiva. Again, Bhagavan beautifully shares that I am not here to prove that I am divine. I am here to prove that you are all divine. This is one of the most beautiful messages here from Shankara. I am not the doer. I am not the deed. I am not the doing. He says, I am just the witness beyond all these. So what is sannyasa? What is the definition of sannyasa? What do we understand by the term sannyasa? Can anybody share? What do you understand? The term sannyas. What does it occur when you hear the word sannyas? You can share here. You can share in the chat what you understand when you hear the word sannyas, when you look at somebody who is a sannyasi. What do you understand? What happens inside you? So let us look at what Bhagavan is sharing. Sannyasa is you living in the space of completion and constantly enriching everyone to be in the space of completion. Let all our feelings, all our mental thoughts, our physical deeds be directed towards gratitude to the divine. So all that is happening in your life, every moment, let you be in that space of gratitude and continue to surrender every happening, whether it is joy or sorrow, pain or gain. Let you offer it at his feet and live in complete completion. Now, devotion above action. Yat sankye prapyate sthanam tad yogairapi gamyate. Ekam sankyam cha yogam cha ya pashyati sa pashyati. One who knows that the state reached through Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga are both one and the same, and that the state reached by Sankhya Yoga can also be achieved by Karma Yoga, sees both of them in the same level and sees things as they are. Just a small shift in your space can do wonders for you. Every moment will then be a celebration. So apply it. Now, if you are holding on to something, some pain, some past memory, okay, some impossibility, just decide to drop. Okay, just decide to drop now. Because this is the moment that life is happening, where life is happening. Just decide to do it and you will see a different you. How free you are, how light you feel when you drop. Because you are not doing anything. It is he. Only when he does, things move. Allow him to do what he needs to do. You are not doing anything. It is his energy that makes things happen in your life. It expresses to each one of you. Only when the channel is empty, you can allow him to work through you. Understand? If you are filled with incompletions, you are holding on to all the impossibilities in your life. This is not happening. That is not happening. Why aren't my prayers being answered? Why am I not receiving what I want in life? How will the energy flow through you? When you drop everything and surrender. Surrender means you drop something and don't make plans. Don't start planning the next project or how your life should be. Allow him to decide for you. Allow him to make it happen for you. So now, because the truth is life is happening in the present moment, just decide to drop everything that you're carrying from inside, from within. Decide to drop all the disturbances, the suffering, the pain, and sit here with an open mind. Be receptive. Decide to become receptive. Decide to become open and allow the magic to happen. He will cause miracles in each and every one of your lives. He will take care. Okay? Allow Bhagavan to work through you. And then every moment becomes a celebration. Now next, Bhagavan is sharing, controlling the mind. Krishna says here, Sangam tyaktva karoti yaha. Action without attachment is renunciation. See, renunciation is not dropping everything and running away to the forest and living. That is not all about sannyas. Renouncing everything and living like a beggar. No, that is not the definition of sannyas. Bhagavan calls each and every one of his sannyas. He addresses them as prince and princesses. Understand? You live like a king. When you live without attachment, that is real sannyas. When you live in complete completion, you help others around you to live that completion. That is sannyas. Okay, here he is giving us the right definition and right understanding of sannyas. If you see the lotus flower, it grows in a dirty pond. Its stalk is completely inside the dirty water. The flower is so beautifully above the water and the dirt around it is hardly noticed. Similarly, when you are neck deep in the activities of the world and yet unaffected by what goes on, when your core is undisturbed, you have reached the goal of renunciation. Very beautifully put across by Bhagavan. So how a lotus flower appears beautiful on the outside. It is not affected by all the dirt and around it. And the dirt is not even noticed. The dirt which is around it is all entangled inside the water. It is very difficult to bring it out. Okay? But still, the flower is so beautiful. It is unaffected by all that is happening around it. Similarly, each one of you, decide now that you will not be affected by anything that is happening in your lives. Nothing can disturb you. See, you coming here for this program itself is a great achievement. Okay? You have achieved something really great by deciding to be here in this program. This master always tells, when the devotee is ready, the master appears. So understand, all of you are ready for enlightenment. All of you are that seed, that possibility. Okay? You're all here for enlightenment. You have been through all the ups and downs in life. You have seen everything. Now is the time to decide that it is either enlightenment, a life without suffering, and to live with complete completion, to live in an untouched manner. Decide now. You will see, Bhagavan will make it happen for you. When you decide and drop everything at his feet, he carries you. He carries you in his very own heart. And it's a beautiful journey after that. Now, look in. Dhyana Yoga. Be complete and renounce your thoughts. Renunciation of the past and the future by bringing our mind to focus on the present space of completion is true renunciation. So not clinging on to your past anymore, letting go of your past as well as your future, because future also does not exist. How the past does not exist, your future also does not exist. You are creating your future now by living in this present moment. So bring your mind to focus on the present moment of completion, the present space of completion. That is true renunciation. Renunciation of the fantasies that we feel we need for self-satisfaction is yoga. Beautiful explanation, beautiful definition of yoga. So what is yoga? One of the definitions or explanations for yoga is renouncing the fantasies. Renouncing all the fantasies. Your desires can never be fulfilled. Today you desire to have one house. Tomorrow you will decide or desire to have 10 houses. And every time you achieve something, you will want to achieve more. You want to achieve more and more and more. What has happened to all our kings? What happened to all the emperors who ruled this planet Earth? They accumulated so much wealth. They had everything. But are they here physically? That needs to be understood. Everything is impermanent. The impermanence of everything. Please understand. Please decide to drop everything and be in the present moment. Because life is happening in the present moment. And everything else is impermanent. Even if we achieve something, we're not going to stop at that. We want more and more and more. Human cycle is like that. Humans are never satisfied with whatever they have. They want to accumulate more and more and more in the form of It can be in the form of wealth, it can be in the form of knowledge, it can be anything. Desires are endless. So decide to drop your desires now, because life is happening now. So let's continue. Yoga is the state when our desires expressed through sensual pleasures dissolve. We unite with our true self in this state. In this state, there is no gap between the divine and us. Every atom is divine. Existence continuously showers bliss upon each of us, only when we are not open to receive it. Existence sees everyone as equal. Understand? Existence is showering even now, at this moment. It is showering bliss upon each and every one of us. So you are receiving that bliss energy, and I am receiving the bliss energy. All we need to do is just be open and receive the energy. Receive that energy that is being showered upon all of us. Now, existence does not discriminate. Please understand, it treats each and every one of you as equal. You're all equal. That is when he makes the statement. You, me are one and the same. You and me are no two separate beings. You and me are one. Okay? So we've heard Swamiji repeat this again and again. He does not discriminate. Everyone is a part of the same existence because all of us come from the whole, the Purnatva. Similarly, masters see the whole world as one with their own selves. That is why only they can show compassion to anyone and everyone. So the master doesn't judge. He sees each one of you as his own equal, as his own. Doesn't that give you a sense of happiness? How does it make you feel? How does it make you feel? See, you are always, let me put myself also, we are always biased. We are judging. We are framing. We are giving labels. Isn't it? We're labeling each one based upon their actions. We have certain expectations. So when you drop all that and decide to see the other person as you, an extension of you, what happens then? You will be able to forgive. You will be able to let go. And you will stop having expectations. So Bhagavan is doing that to all of us. Bhagavan, yes, you experience deep joy when you understand that Bhagavan looks upon you as his very own. You are his very own extension. So the path to self-realization. Those whose sins have been destroyed, who have dispelled the dualities arising from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, and who are working for the welfare of other beings, attain the eternal liberation in the Supreme, the Brahma Nirvana. So, those people whose sins have been destroyed, who have dispelled the dualities arising from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, and who are working for the welfare of other beings, attain the eternal liberation in the Supreme. See, when you only think about yourself, you suffer. But when you think of taking responsibility for everyone as well as you, first you take responsibility for yourself. How do we take responsibility for ourselves? Let us decide to be happy. Okay, the first responsibility that I take for myself is I want to be happy always. I want to be blissful. I want to be in the space of complete completion. Let us all decide now, okay, to be blissful all the time. And when you are blissful, you will radiate that bliss in such a way that the other person will catch it. You don't even have to do anything. Just they will be able to catch that bliss. And when you decide to make each and every person in your life to remain blissful, to complete others, that then you attain that eternal liberation in the Supreme. That is called the Brahma Nirvana. Okay, let us watch a short video here where Swamiji talks about raising your raising your taste to subtler levels. Raising your taste to subtler levels.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Everything on with my love and respects. Please enter into today's lesson in Bhagavad Gita, 5th chapter, Sannyasa Yoga, 22nd verse.
ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यन्तवन्त कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः. ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यन्तवन्त कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः. ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यन्तवन्त कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः.
ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आदि अन्तवन्तः कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः. The translation: the wise man does not amuse himself with the experiences born of the contact with the senses, O son of Kunti, for indeed they are the source of all troubles and they have a beginning and an end. Important sacred secret you need to know from this verse. Bhagavan is insisting on growing in subtle planes. Please understand, anything which is grass, matter, which has beginning and end, will bring only suffering in your life. Anything. The more subtle you grow, the beginning and the end, the gap between the beginning and the end expands, means the longevity becomes more. The more subtle you go, there are some things which has no beginning but which has end. But the subtlest level when you go, there are some things which has beginning but no end. But when you go more subtle than that, there are something which has neither beginning nor end. Please understand. In the grass level, first level, there are things which has beginning and end which you can see. You can can see the beginning of it and end of it. Second level, there are things which has beginning again, but you can't see, like a 300-year-old tree. You know there's a beginning, there's an end. Only by logical conclusion, you yourself won't see it. For example, some temples. You know there would have been beginning, there will be an end, but you yourself will not see. You're not going to see it. That is second level. Third level, there are some things which has no beginning, but end will be there. For example, delusion, Maya. You can't try to find the beginning of the Maya. If you try to find the beginning of this whole cosmic Maya, how did it start? When did it start? You'll only break your head. You will never find the beginning. But there's an end for it. If you become enlightened, the moment you are enlightened, Maya ends. So the third level, there are things which has no beginning, but which has end. The fourth level, there are things which has beginning, but no end. For example, enlightenment. We know the moment it is going to become your life, which has a beginning, but it has no end. Once you achieve, over. There are some things. Next level, which has neither beginning nor end. Understand? The subtler and subtler you grow, you experience the subtler and subtler dimensions of this. I'll explain once more, catch it, because it's such a subtle truth. Catch the truth first, which has a beginning and end, which you will be able to perceive. Second, which has a beginning and end, but you will not be able to perceive, which was born 300 years before and which is going to die after 500 years. Third, which has no beginning but end, Maya. Fourth, which has only beginning, no end, enlightenment. Last, the ultimate, which has neither beginning nor end. When you go subtle and subtle in your life, you experience the next levels in the life. Bhagavān Śrī Kṛṣṇa was taking us to the earlier sutras, to the subtle and subtle truths. Now he is taking us to the ultimate truth with a straight one statement. I can say this statement, the 22nd verse in Bhagavad Gita, is the conclusion of last 10 slokas, 10 verses. So last 10 verses, Bhagavān was preparing our logic by leading into the subtle and subtle subjects. Now he is giving the ultimate conclusion. Please understand. Let me define teaching. Teaching means leading your logic to a subtler and subtler planes, and finally making you get the subtlest truth, the unison of existence. When you listen the truth from the right teacher, the very listening makes it as an experience to you. Teaching means, let me define once more, teaching means raising your logic to the subtle and subtle and subtle space, finally making you experience the subtlest existence, the unison of cosmos, unison of universe. Here Bhagavān is leading us to that unison. It is very clear. O Kundi, O son of Kundi, Kaunteya. Bhagavān is using the word Kaunteya here. O son of Kundi, to address Arjuna. Bhagavān is so beautiful and intelligent. For each subject, he will change the Arjuna's name. Now he is talking about suffering. He is using the word, O son of Kunti, because Kunti's whole life is nothing but suffering. A long suffering. And Kunti asks Krishna a boon. O Krishna, let the suffering from all the four corners of the world come to Kunti, but let her not be distracted, removed from your remembrance. Kunti's life is a long suffering. That is why, very subtly, Bhagavān is saying, O extension of Kundi, O extension of Kaunteya, let you not allow that same patterns to be repeated in your system. Why Kunti's life was a long suffering? Because too many attachments. Too many attachments. Attachment to the name and fame. First thing, her attachment to the name and fame is responsible for Karna being orphan. Otherwise she could have been open. She has not done anything illegal. Calling a divine energy and having a son through the divine energy was acceptable in those days because it was not a physical relationship. Please understand. When Surya came, he did not have a physical relationship with Kundi to deliver Karna, because the Surya appearing and Karna delivering, the whole thing has happened within 3 kshana, 3 seconds. So it was not a physical relationship. Nobody is going to question the virginity of Kundi. It was a blessing. And the energy came out as Karna. She could have explained to her father, because if you know the whole story, you understand that Durvasa comes and Kundi serves him, takes care of Durvasa. Durvasa was so pleased. He gives this as a boon to Kundi. Oh my daughter, you have served me so beautifully, so well. I give you this as a boon. So use this mantra to any god. They will appear and give you whatever you ask, and their own energy as a child. So it was a complete straightforward. There is nothing illegal in this whole thing. There is nothing illegitimate. There is nothing immoral. Because nobody is going to question the virginity of Kunti. Nobody's going to say, oh, you did not get married. How did you get a child? Because it's after all a straight spiritual experience. And Kunti's father is not such a guy who will not understand that Durvasa was born. She could have openly told the father. Somehow did not have the courage. And she was too attached to her name. So Kunti, the Karna has to be orphan. And then from there starts her suffering. Understand? Keeping a secret inside is not a joke. It is not a joke. Many times people ask me, Swamiji, what is the reason for your joy? I tell you, one person who constantly speaks will not be able to keep secret, will not have any load on the heart, will always be joyful. I tell you. Because I have to constantly speak, I never tell a lie. Maintaining a lie is very difficult. Once it is the truth, no question, no problem. I can repeat this any number of times. You can listen to all my mystical experiences, whether Ganesha eating the food or Arunagiri giving me Kailasa, any of those experiences you can listen. Every time I will be giving you more detail, but there will never be a conflict between the facts. Because I have described exactly as it happened. I don't need to remember and repeat. It is very difficult to maintain a lie, understand? Not very difficult, impossible. Especially a person who talks day in and day out. You don't know when you said what. How will you keep it in your memory? The best thing to check whether I am telling the truth, only truth or not, is check me out during the Akashic reading. Put the same question after 2 years, I will give the same answer. From memory, you cannot answer. Even if the same question is put by the same person, after 2 years, the answer will be same. Exact word. Even the word will not change. This is the evidence. The Akashic reading is not from the ordinary mind or logic. I am reading from the cosmic archives. If any of you are here who put 2 years before some question during the Akashic reading and got the answer, maybe the next Akashic reading, put the same question by the same person. See, even the letter or the where the answer comes out will not be different. That's the way to check whether whatever comes out is from some other plane. Keeping a secret is very difficult. Kunti, the poor lady, has to live with that secret almost till the war beginning. Please understand, till the war beginning. Just before the war, Krishna goes and reveals the secret to Karna. Then she goes and meets Karna, not as a mother to shower the love, but to take the boon to protect other 5 sons. There is a fight between the elder son and other 5 sons. If she is a mother, she must be sitting in the center and trying to patch it up. But she goes there to protect these 5 sons. And then, finally, even her death, when she hears Krishna left the body, in the deep suffering, she has cardiac arrest and leaves the body. Her whole life, it's a long suffering. Now, Krishna reminds Arjuna, O Kaunteya, son of Kunti, who is extension of a long suffering, do not let the pattern repeat in your life. Come out, wake up. Because mother's patterns are very
Yes. So what was our understanding? Let us all share. Let us all share what did we understand in this session. How was the session? So I see many of you are still awake, even though it is so late. All of you are taking time. It is nothing. It shows how sincere you are in your seeking. All the people on camera, all the people who are sitting and listening attentively, you're all the chosen ones. Please understand, you're all here to get enlightened. And Swamiji just shared from moving from subtle to subtler. So this is just the beginning. Enlightenment is the beginning and there is no end to it. So all of us are in the making. Okay. So you can share what is your understanding, what you learned from this segment. Jayanti, would you like to share, ma? Ma Frederick, Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini, Ma Nadapriya, Amandi Bakshi, Wang Xin, Lincoln Souza. Liu Xiu Huan, please turn on your camera. Living in the present moment, living in the powerful space, living very powerfully, being complete, helping others to complete, enriching yourselves with the truths, the powerful truths, and enriching all the other people in your life. How do we live like a lotus flower? The lotus flower, which is surrounded by dirt, does not get affected by the dirt around it, but it is always beautiful. It appears beautiful, and it is used for auspicious rituals. It is offered to the divine, it is offered at the holy feet of the divine. Yes, what else do you remember? You can share. If you are already experiencing miracles after signing up for this program, you can share here. You will be motivating the other people. You'll be motivating the rest of the group by sharing your experiences, by sharing the miracles that are happening in your lives. Life becomes magical with Bhagavan in your life. Life becomes magical. There is no space for impossibility. Okay? Whatever you want to achieve, he makes it happen because he is your soulmate. He walks the journey along with you. He carries you in him. Please understand. Let go of all the impossibilities, all the suffering. Decide. See, that one decision will change your entire life. You're not going to be the same person. One decision is going to change your entire life. Please understand. Deciding to let go, deciding to become complete, deciding to live in the present moment, deciding to manifest powers, being in oneness with Paramashiva. Yes, I'm waiting for all of you to share whatever you need to share here so that we can take this forward. Swami always says, the program doesn't start when I start speaking. The program starts when you start listening. So please provide your listening. Be here in the present moment. Give your listening. Decide to provide your listening. Okay, we will continue this chapter, and the next chapter will be taken over by the next Acharya. Let's finish this. Okay. Kunti was not in peace because she was keeping a secret. Okay, you need to be open. You need to. That was a load that she was carrying. Swami says, carry a light being. Okay, carry a very light being where he can work. He can fill your being with his energy. Okay, so just a minute. So outer guru is a necessity to awaken the inner guru. All of us need a living master. Only a living master can guide you in an apt way, isn't it? In the right path. Only a living master can guide you to achieve what you need to achieve in your lives. The outer guru is necessary to awaken the inner guru. One who, knowing me as the purpose of sacrifice and penance, as the Lord of all the worlds and the benefactor of all the living beings, achieves peace. So if you know him, that is Bhagavan, as the purpose of sacrifice and penance, the amount of sacrifice that he does to make that being enlightened. If you recognize him as the Lord of all the worlds and the benefactor of all the beings, then you achieve peace. I always tell people the outer guru, the master is needed only to awaken the inner guru. Once the inner guru, the consciousness is awakened, the outer guru needs to be dropped. Just like after burning the dead body, the very stick that is used to stoke the wood is dropped into the same fire. So also the outer guru needs to be dropped. So once you become enlightened, you will not have the necessity to be connected to the physical form of the master. Okay, because you and the master are in oneness. He resides in you, you reside in him. You both, the enlightened being and the incarnation, the master, become one. They see everyone as equal. There is no bias, no difference. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. The next segment will be taken over by the next Acharya. So let us all have this understanding that the inner guru, once the inner guru, the consciousness is awakened, the outer guru needs to be dropped. And just like after burning the dead body, the very stick that is used to stoke the wood is dropped into the same fire. So also the outer guru needs to be dropped. Okay. So he empowers you and ensures that you become independent, you become powerful, you become a possibility. With that understanding, let us conclude with the Purna Mantra that has offered all our learning, the knowledge that we derive from these sessions at his holy feet, and help us and seek his blessings to be complete and live in an unclutched state and space. Let us now chant the Purna Mantra. If you know the Purna Mantra, you can chant along with me. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shrimtyana Paramashivoham Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all for your participation. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Am I audible? All of you can hear me? How are you all enjoying the Bhagavad Gita? Are you learning new things? We have the first 5 chapters we have learned. So interesting, isn't it? We're going to learn the rest of the chapters. Before that, let's do one power manifestation. Are you all ready for it? So today we are going to manifest the power of Mahima, meaning increasing the height of any object, including your height or any other object you take, increasing the height of the object. So let's start. Let's start posting your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Also, bring an object that you want to work on. You want to increase the height and manifest the power of Mahima. Please go ahead and bring an object. We're going to work on the power of Mahima. Lingodbhavaya, Atmajyotikananda. So, when we believe that the mind is just a thing, a biomachine, we have created hell for ourselves. Fortunately for us, the mind is not a thing. There is a hope. The truth is that mind is not a thing, as well as all have been taught. Jayanti, this is by Guru Prasadini. Jayanti, Sanchita karma can only be dissolved through the Master's grace. Yes. Now, please sit straight with your object. Please go ahead and bring your object if you don't have it already. If you do not have object, you can increase. If you want to increase your height, measure your height. Get ready with your object. Are you all ready? Now please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming now, let it come, let it go. Be in the space of unclutching. Practice unclutching. Bring your attention back again and again and again to your third eye. Now visualize Swamiji's form. Now start chanting the Mahabharata. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object that you're holding to increase your height. If you are experimenting on that, manifesting the power on that, or if you have taken any object, measure the initial height. Intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Let you all open all your three eyes. Manifest the powers of Mahabharata. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, please go ahead and post whatever you measure again. Measure your object height again and post your manifestation result. Measure your object height again and see the difference. To manifest difference in height. Okay, ma'am. Now we are going to start the next chapter of Bhagavad Gita. A temple and a blue heaven ball. We are going to start the next chapter of Bhagavad Gita. This is the one of the most important chapter. One of the verse from this chapter, Swamiji made us write 1,008 times the verse and the meaning of that verse. He made us write 1,008 times. So we get the meaning of that verse gets synced in us. What is that? We are going to learn that. See, there are few verses. There are 3 or 4 verses gives the gist of Bhagavad Gita. This is one of that verse. If you just practice this one verse, literally you are practicing the whole Bhagavad Gita. So let's learn what that is in the chapter 6 of the Bhagavad Gita. You have any questions so far? What we are learning? Please do let me know. Technical glitch. So this verse that Swamiji made us write 1,008 times. Uttarerana atmanam atmanam avasadaye. Atmaiva neva atmano bandhur atmaiva ripurantavakam. Atmaiva ripurantavakam. Understand the meaning of this verse. You are your friend, your own friend. You are your own enemy. Listen to this very carefully. You are your own friend. You are your own enemy. Evolve yourself through the self. Evolve yourself. Yourself means that smaller self that you are perceiving. To the self, capital SELF, the highest self. Evolve yourself, smaller self, with the help of your divine self, the highest self. And do not degrade yourself. Actually, Swamiji says, the single verse provides the essence of the whole Gita. One must raise himself with the help of his own being and not degrade himself. The being is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. How can that be? How can I become my own enemy? If you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become a friend of yourself. If you just let yourself down, you will become an enemy to yourself. How can, see, we are our own friend, understand. How can I become my own enemy? How that is with the conditioned soul, with our patterns. The way we think, the way we behave, the way we make decisions are all conditioned samskaras. So you are your own friend and you are your own enemy. And if you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become a friend of yourself. If you don't help yourself, you become your own enemy. If you're carried away by sufferings of this world, if you're in depression, you're not helping. If you're powerless, you're not helping yourself. You become your own enemy. Let's learn more detailedly. A small story. There was a great enlightened master. He was always in ecstasy, always in joy. One of his disciples asked him, Master, how are you so blissful? I have never seen you suffering. You're always joyful. How this is possible? Master replied, every morning when I get up from bed, I ask myself, what do you want today? You want to be blissful or you want to be suffering? Naturally, what will the mind thinks? Only the blissful. So then I immediately said, then tell the mind, all right, be blissful, that's all. No cribbing. Now let's do this exercise and we go ahead and listen to this Swamiji's explanation of this verse. Write down, take a few minutes and sit and analyze. Write down all achievements you have achieved not based on greed and fear, just out of pure love you just did. You will notice that all achievements are achieved not based on fear or greed. Write down all the achievements you have achieved, but not based on fear or greed. All the achievements you have achieved not based on fear and greed, that is first step. Then you will notice that all the achievements are achieved not based on fear and greed. Consciously and actively think about it. Consciously allow this idea to work on you. Decide, from today, I will not do anything out of greed or out of fear. Yes, now, please. Oh, sorry. Send them down.
Yes, now quickly complete the exercise. Now let's listen to Swamiji explaining this. Uttaredana Atmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. The Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse.
I was just making a small comment yesterday. How can I be God? Even if you don't speak, you will not know your problem if you don't speak. Please understand. I may know your problem, you without speaking, but you yourself will not know. What is continuously answering questions. Of course, question answers should be always spontaneous. How you are able to answer so many questions? I told you the only one secret is I know how to listen to the question. That's all. If you listen, if you just know the technique of listening, immediately the reply will be ready in your being. First thing, we don't trust that we will be able to respond without preparing mentally. We don't trust ourselves. We don't trust our intelligence. That is why, before listening to the question, we start preparing the reply. We don't have that much of patience to listen to the problem. Before the problem is expressed, you start giving solution. Continuously, you are interested only expressing what you know. You are not interested in the real problem. Here, Krishna is interested in the real problem. He is not interested in expressing what he knows. He is interested only in solving the problem. He wants Arjuna to have a clarity. He doesn't want to show. He doesn't want to express what he knows. If we are at the place of Krishna, what we have done? Before the Arjuna starts the drum itself, whatever we know, we would have started repeating. But first thing Krishna does is he allows the Arjuna to speak so that he can go to the root of the problem. He can straight away address the issue. You need intelligence. I can say you need enlightenment to listen. Only an enlightened master like Krishna can listen. In the 18 chapters, full one chapter, he just listens. He is not opening his mouth. Even in the second chapter, there are so many slokas. He allows Arjuna to speak. Not only he allows Arjuna to speak, he knows once he expresses the problem, automatically he himself will find the solution. Many people come to me and they tell me, Swamiji, you know my problem, please give the answer. I tell them, please open your mouth and tell clearly, only then I will know. They say, no, you are enlightened, you will know all your problem, please give me an answer. Tell them, yes, I know your problem, but I know your problem even if you don't speak. You will not know your problem if you don't speak. Please understand, I may know your problem, you without speaking, but you yourself will not know what is your problem unless you speak. Only when you verbalize, you yourself will be clear exactly what is your problem. When we don't verbalize, when we don't express, we ourselves don't know exactly what is our problem. We ourselves don't know exactly what is our problem. Only when we verbalize, we ourselves will know what is our problem. Here, Krishna is allowing Arjuna to verbalize. So that first, Arjuna will understand what is the problem. First, Arjuna will have a clarity where he is stuck. Then, next, he can address the issue straight away. Here, Krishna is first opening his mouth. I can say he is opening his being. He is straight away addressing the problem. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Kudaspaka Smalamitam Vishame Samupastitam Anaryadushtamasvargyam Akirtigaram Arjuna. Lord Krishna says, my dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets, but to infamy. These two slokas, this sloka and the next sloka, they are connected. Klaibyamam smagamat pata naitat vayivavatyate shutram hridayadaur palyam jakpo uttishta varandava. O son of Pata, O son of Pruta, Pata, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart
and arise, O chastiser of enemy. I think this is the gist of the whole Gita. Krishna is really a real Zen master. He is not beating around the bush. Straight away he is addressing the issue. He is not beating around the bush. He is not a philosopher. First thing which we need to understand, Krishna is not a philosopher. He is straight away addressing the issue. He is straight away addressing the problem. He says straight away, "Oh my dear Arjuna, how these impurities came to you? They are not for a man like you who know the value of life. They will not lead you to higher planets. They will only defame you." The next sloka he says, "Give up this petty weakness. Arise, O chastiser of the enemy." It's a straight Zen answer. A seeker goes to a Zen master, an enlightened master. He asks, "Master, what is Buddha? How can I become Buddha? Please teach me." Master just gives me a good slap. Just gives me a good slap. The fellow is shocked. He came to the master expecting some meditation technique, expecting some blessing, some guidance. Just imagine, you go to a Swami and ask how to achieve God, how to realize Atman. He just gives you a blow. What will you do? Same thing. He goes to Zen master and he gives him a blow. He's very shocked. But the disciple is a mature guy. He did not go out and start speaking ill of the master. He said, "Master, I know whatever you do has got some meaning behind it. Please explain. I am not able to understand. That is different. But I can't say what you are doing is wrong. Please explain." The master says, "Fool, you are Buddha. Why are you trying to become? You are Buddha. You are God. You are divine. Why are you trying to become something which you are already? If a horse comes to me and asks, how can I become a horse? Please teach me. How can I become a horse? What else can I do? You are already that. There is nothing else needs to be added to you." Straight away, in one slap, he gives the reply. Same way, here Krishna is giving, in one shot, he is giving the gist of the whole Gita. He knows the problem of Arjuna. Arjuna is not having depression because of spiritual seeking. Please be very clear. Arjuna doesn't want solution. Now he wants only support. We need to understand. Asking for support is different. Asking for solution is different. Now all Arjuna needs is only support. He doesn't need solution. That is why Krishna never speaks anything about spirituality in these two sloka. These two sloka does not speak anything about spirituality. The problem of Arjuna is from fear and worry. His Manipura chakra and Swadhisthana chakra is in trouble. He has got a tremendous deep fear and worry because of fear. Straight away, Krishna is addressing the problem. He is not speaking any philosophy. He is not beating around the bush. He straight away instructs, "Arjuna, this is not the right thing for you. Get up and fight. Give up all this foolish weakness." If Arjuna is in stotra mood, surrender mood, to which he comes later on, later stage. If he is in the stotra mood, these two sloka would have been a sutra. It would have been a technique. Arjuna would have become enlightened. Or Arjuna would have achieved the ultimate just with these two sutra. With these two sloka, that's enough. If Arjuna was in the mood of the stotra, means surrender, devotion. No more Gita is necessary. These two sloka is enough. In these two, whole Gita would have ended. Neither you need to come here for 18 days, nor I need to come here. Gita is over. Gita will be over with these two sloka. If Arjuna was in the stotra mood, because he was not in the stotra mood, now Krishna has to create the shastra to bring him to the stotra mood. If Arjuna was in the stotra mood, just these two sloka would have become sutra, technology to transform the life of Arjuna. Straight away he is addressing the problem. The whole problem is just worry, fear. That's all. Worry because of fear. Depression because of fear. All our depression is rooted in anxiety, rooted in fear. A small story. One presidential candidate is addressing press conference. He says, "I am very optimistic about my future." Journalist asks, "Then why do you look so worried?" The candidate says, "My optimism is not warranted. I am just worried. My optimism is not warranted." You are continuously expecting your optimism to be warranted. When you don't get the warranty for your optimism, you start worrying. All your depression, all your worry, all your anxiety is nothing but deep fear about life. Fear of life, fear of losing something. There are many levels of fear. Fear of losing the wealth, fear of losing some parts of your body, fear of losing the near and dear ones, fear of unknown means death. Here Arjuna is facing all the four fears. All the four fears Arjuna is facing. You can classify all your fears just in this four category. Fear of losing your wealth, fear of losing some parts of your body in accident or some other way, fear of losing your near and dear ones, or fear of the unknown, fear of death. Here Arjuna is facing all the four fears. He has got the fear, he may lose whatever he has. Next, he has got the fear, he may lose some part of his body in war. Third, main fear, he may lose his near and dear ones. Fourth, he may lose his very life. There is a possibility of death. He is facing all the four fears. Because of his fears, the worry has started. Here, Krishna is straight away addressing the worry and fear. If Arjuna is in the stotra mood means completely with his whole being, if he has understood Krishna is nothing but God, Purnavatara, these two slokas is enough. He doesn't need any more instruction. He doesn't need any other words. He would have just simply followed. But unfortunately, I can say in a way fortunately, otherwise we wouldn't have had Gita. Fortunately or unfortunately, Arjuna was not in the mood of stotra. So these two words have become Shastra. Now the Shastra starts. If he was in the mood which he gets after the Vishwabhadashana, 11th chapter, he comes to the mood of surrender. And he says, Krishna, now I understand you are not a normal human being. Krishna, I am not surprised why all the devatas are worshipping you. You are beyond everything. You are beyond my imagination. He surrenders. I surrender myself unto you. Then again, Krishna says the same word. Immediately Arjuna starts the war. Gita ends. The same word, when it is repeated, when Arjuna is in the stotra mood, it has become sutra, technique for Arjuna. Now because he is not in the stotra mood, it has just become plain Shastra. Just an advice. Now he starts the Shastra. Krishna is not a philosopher. And I tell you, all philosophy is just trying to convince the other person to do what the philosopher wants to do. It is nothing but convincing. Maybe slowly. Maybe slowly. But all philosophy is nothing but trying to convince the other person what the philosopher wants to do. There's a beautiful saying from Adolf Hitler. In his autobiography he says, if you repeat a lie 100 times, it will become truth. Even if it is a lie, continuously if you repeat 100 times, it will become truth. And even if it is a truth, when you express it first time, people will think it is a lie. Lie told 100 times will become truth. Truth expressed for the first time will be considered as a lie. Whether it is lie or truth does not depend on the fact. It depends on how many times you repeat it. That's all. All philosophy, what the philosopher wants to do, including the philosophies like communism, whatever philosophy you say, not only the philosophies related to religion, the philosophies related to politics also is same. They invent logical reasons why you should follow their words, that's all. Why you should follow their words, that's all. But here, Krishna is not a philosopher. He never creates any philosophy. First of all, he doesn't want to create philosophy. He straight away tries to give the conclusion to the Arjuna. Because Arjuna is not in the mood of receiving it. Because Arjuna is not matured enough to digest it. He has to give the experience to Arjuna. There's a beautiful story in Upanishad. A disciple goes to master and asks, Master, teach me the Atmanyana. Master says, that art thou, Tattvamasi, you are God. But the disciple is not able to believe. He is not able to believe. He is not able to understand. How can I become God? How can I be God? Still I am afraid of my wife. How can I be God? I have all the problems. How can I be God? He has got 1,000 questions. Then Master proves his divinity. He proves he is God. When Master proves he is God, the disciple is able to trust the Master's words. Then Master says, now do you trust? You are God. Look into yourself. Masters have to prove that they are God to make you understand you are God. Here Krishna is proving his greatness. Again and again he is telling, I am this, I am this. He says, among the rishis, I am the Narada. Among the month, I am Margashirsha. He explains all his glory. And he says, all the devatas are just at my feet. All the Vedas are at my feet. The whole world is in me. He says all these big statements. A normal person, if he listens to all these things, he will think Krishna is egoistic. God save, that time there was no psychiatric doctors. Otherwise they would have admitted Krishna in hospital. They would have taken him for some treatment. You don't know what is happening. Krishna again and again says, I am divine. He has to say, he has to prove he is God, so that you will realize you are God. When Krishna says, I am God, he means you are God. He makes the statement, I am God, just to make you realize you are God. You don't believe ordinary person's words. You want the proof or the authority, what right you have to utter that word. Here Arjuna, Krishna is telling the same word which he is going to say in the end of the Gita. But now Arjuna is not ready to believe. Arjuna is not ready to follow. Once Krishna shows his divinity, once Krishna expresses his God consciousness, once he proves that he is God, then Arjuna is ready to believe Krishna's words and execute it. Same way, when masters prove their divinity, when they do some divine miracles, don't think they are doing this for their ego satisfaction. No. First they have to prove they are God so that you will trust their words and experience you are God. That is the reason again and again masters prove their divinity, their energy, what they are. He is not going around. He is not creating any philosophy. Straight away he is answering. One more thing. That's a beautiful small note which you need to know. A great author, he wrote a book, just 40-page book. 40-page book giving the gist of his philosophy. Somebody asked him, what is this? You wrote just 40 pages. Your whole philosophy is just 40 pages. He says, no, I did not have time. If I had time, I would have written only 20 pages. He says, I did not have time. That is why I wrote 40 pages. If I had enough time, I would have written only 20 pages. To give it in a simple form, you need more intelligence. To put the whole thing in a nutshell form, you need more intelligence. To go on and on and on, you don't need intelligence. Any fool can do. Any fool can write big volume. I think only fools write big volumes. Intelligent people express it in few words. He says beautifully, I did not have time. If I had enough time, I would have written only 20 pages. Because I don't have enough time, I am not able to reduce that. I am not able to put it in nutshell form. Here the whole Gita, whole 700 sloka is reduced to these 2 slokas. Straight away Krishna is attending the problem. Straight away he is answering. Where Arjuna is stuck, he is just clearing it. He is stuck in fear. He has to work means there is only one possibility, name and fame, Rajas. Because he is centered on Rajas. Man who is centered on Sattva will work out of compassion. Man who is centered on Rajas will work only for name and fame. The man who is centered on Tamas will work only for sense pleasures. Yesterday I was telling you, Duryodhana is in Tamas. He will work only for his sense pleasures. Cruel way, very crass. Dharmaraja is in Sattva. He will work only out of compassion. Here Arjuna is centered on Rajas. He will work only for name and fame. So here, that is why Bhagavan says, this will bring you bad name. Please don't lose your name. Come out and do. He's straight away addressing the weak point. Actually, he's straight away putting his hand on the tumor. But fortunately, Arjuna is not so intelligent. Or he acts, he is not so intelligent to understand the trouble. Somehow I am not able to believe Arjuna is so dumb. Because he lived with Krishna more than 30 years. Maybe he is putting all these questions for our sake, for the future generation. Arjuna must have been intelligent. He is putting all these questions for our sake. Klaipyamma smagamappata naidat vayupapadyade shutram hridayadaurbalyam tyakpo uttishta parantapa. Again he is emphasizing, Arjuna, yield not to this debasing impotence. Don't behave like this. Come out. He is straight away addressing the issue. He is not creating philosophy. He is not beating around the bush. Let me tell you a small story. In Newsweek, I read this story in the Newsweek magazine. There was a guy who had a compulsive obsessive problem, some psychiatric problem. The problem is he will be continuously tearing all the papers. Whatever paper falls in his eyes, he will start tearing them into bits and pieces and spread all over the room. Some habit. Whatever papers, whether it is some important document or dollar bill, whatever comes in front of his eyes, he will start tearing it and he will spread all over the room. His family is worried. They took him to Jungians, Freudians, and whatever possible treatment. Spending so much of money. They tried all possible treatment, but nothing worked. Nothing worked. Suddenly one day they saw an advertisement in the newspaper. Young but very innovative psychotherapist. They saw the advertisement. They thought, why not try? Let us try. They took him to the doctor. He's a young guy. He said, I just wanted to spend a few minutes with the patient. All of them left. He and the patient, both of them started walking up and down. And just 3-4 minutes, he came back and said, he's all right, please take him back. They were surprised. They took him back to the house and really he became all right. More than 1 year over, he's perfectly all right. Where the problem disappeared, nobody knows. With full of gratitude, the family people came to the doctor again. They expressed their gratitude and they said, what have you done? Please tell me. Please tell us what you really did. How did you cure him? No Freudian, no Jungian could do anything. They were all trying their best to throw some light on his unconsciousness. They are not able to do anything. What have you done? He says, just I told him, don't tear papers. If you tear once more, they will bring you here for next session. I'll just push you out of window. Don't tear papers. If you do it again, anyhow they will bring you here for next session. And I don't bother about all these things. And I don't believe in all this psychotherapy, psychiatric and all these things. I'll just push you out of window. Throw you out of window. Simply become alright. Very simple solution. Straight solution. Simply become alright. Many times our problems are very simple. We complicate the problem by analyzing it. When you verbalize, label the problem and start analyzing, you complicate them. You give power to them. Your problems are not as big as you think. Your problems are not as big as you think. But when you verbalize, when you start creating, when you start categorizing, when you start rubber stamping, when you start downholing, when you start analyzing, you have created 100 more new problems which never existed in your being. By naming it, by verbalizing it, by analyzing it, you have created more problems. Why do you think the psychiatric doctors, they go on inventing new diseases? The more you analyze, you will invent more problems, more difficulties. The more you analyze, the more you will be in difficulty. Straight, simple solution, over. No more big stories. No analysis. No question of lying down in the couch. Just one word. If you do this once more, you will be brought to me again. Next year, your family will bring you here only. Next time you come here, you will be simply thrown out of the window. Over. The whole problem is solved. Because we don't know how to solve the problems, we create more and more problems. You have only one mind. Either you can use that mind to solve your problems, or naturally you will be using that same mind to create more problems. Please be very clear. If you are not solving your existing problems, you will be creating more problems. Either you will be claiming or falling. No question of standing in between. In mind level, no question of standing. No question of status quo. Either you claim or you fall. You have only one mind. Either you use the mind to solve the problems, otherwise automatically by its own nature you will be using it to create problems. Here, Krishna is straight away addressing the Arjuna. He is straight away addressing the problem. He is not creating any big story. One more small story. One guy walks into a bar with his pet pig. The bartender notices the pig with one wooden leg. The surprise. First of all, he is surprised somebody bringing pig with them. And that pig having wooden leg. He asked the customer, why your pig is having wooden leg? This guy said, if you give me one drink free, I will tell the whole story. He wants to encash the curiosity. Bartender thought, all right, after all, one drink. He said, all right, have it. You don't know how special this pig is. After having first drink, this guy starts a story. You don't know how special this pig is. When there was a big fire in my house, this pig broke my house and helped me to come out and helped my wife to come out of the house. It saved my whole family. Bartender listened to the whole story. Then he says, I understand, but why it is having one wooden leg? I said, wait. If you give one more drink, I can continue the story. This guy has now created too much of curiosity. He says, all right, have one more. Then he says, oh, you don't know how special this pig is. The other day when I fell in the lake, it just jumped inside the lake and somehow struggled and brought me out. Went and called my wife. She came and saved my life. Again, this pig saved my life. Now it is too much. This guy said, I understand this pig is special. Bartender says, I understand this pig is special. But tell me, why it has got one wooden leg? He says, if you can give one more drink. Now it is too much. But the bartender says, all right, this is the last, have one more. After having the third drink, he starts. No, last time there was a tornado. It helped me to enter the shelter house and it saved my life once more. Now it is too much. Bartender simply caught the shirt of his customer and said, tell me now immediately why it is having one wooden leg. Now it is too much. This fellow says, all right, I'll tell you. Such a special pig, who will eat all at once? I am eating part by part. The whole story, it's only one line. You can answer this whole question in one line. I just do not want to eat this pig all at once, so I am eating part by part. To tell that one line, he has to create such a big story. He must have been a great philosopher. He must have been a great philosopher. Here, Krishna is not creating any philosophy. straight away is answering. He is not telling any fixed story. He is not bringing anything. But because Arjuna is not mature enough, he has to give an intellectual explanation. Please understand, all the Western philosophy starts with logical analysis and ends in the conclusion. All the Eastern darshanas gives the conclusion, then starts analyzing. Because the Eastern masters are compassionate. They do not want to torture you with all the logic. They are giving you the first chance. If you are intelligent enough, please catch the solution, come out. When you are not intelligent enough, then no other way. They have to start the process from 1, 2, 3. They expect, just by the test, you will come up. When you are not qualified, then they start the usual regular process. Here, Krishna tried the first method of sudden enlightenment, the immediate liberation, the immediate enlightenment. But Arjuna is not mature to receive it, to get it. So now Krishna starts the process step by step. Next sloka. Arjuna uvacha karpanya dosho bhagadasvabhava praschamitvam dharma sammudha cheta yasreyasyanyasthiram bruhidanme shishyasteham sadimam pam prapannam. Arjuna says, now I am confused about my beauty and I have lost all the composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and the soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. Now I should tell you an important truth. Here Arjuna says, my soul is surrendered unto you. Pure lie. If his soul is really surrendered, simply he would have executed what Krishna says. He will not be waiting for intellectual explanation. He claims, I am your disciple, but pure lie. I have seen so many people are in the same situation. Let me tell you one small story, not story, history. One night, around 12 o'clock, I got a call from one officer, government officer. He's a devotee. Swamiji, I have a serious problem. Please save me. Please do something and save me. Otherwise, I have to commit suicide. Tomorrow morning, I have to commit suicide if you don't save me. I told him, don't worry. Come tomorrow morning. Let us talk and do what has to be done. Don't worry, we will take care. No, Swamiji, please tell me now itself. Please save me now itself. Otherwise, by tomorrow evening, you will see only my dead body. Please save me. Please tell me now itself. Please do something and save me now itself. So, what is the problem? Went on, conversation went on. Finally, I told him, all right, I'll take care. Don't worry, it will be solved. But please come tomorrow morning, at least let us analyze. We'll take care that once more the problem doesn't come. Tomorrow morning, come around 10 o'clock. Immediately he says, no, Swamiji, tomorrow I have to go to office. Tomorrow I have to go to office. When I was speaking about this problem, he says his whole life is at my feet. It is only my words or my power is going to save him. I am your disciple. I have surrendered completely. Only you have to save me. My whole life is at your feet. Then he speaks all big words. But when I told him, come tomorrow morning, we'll see. He says, I have to go to office. And exactly Arjuna is in the position. He says, I am your disciple. My soul is surrendered. But when Krishna says, do what I say, he is not ready to do. He is totally confused. Surrender out of confusion is not surrender. You don't even know you are doing the right thing. Please be very clear. Surrender after the clarity of Shastras is the real surrender. Surrender out of intelligence is surrender, not surrender out of confusion. Here, he is surrendering just verbally. He himself says, now I am confused. Two things. Either you have to do what you think is right, or you have to do what master instructs. Here, he is trying to find some bridge, some gap. He wants master should instruct what he wants to listen. He is not ready to listen what master says. He is only ready to listen what he wants to listen, but from master's mouth. He wants only Krishna's rubber stamp. He doesn't want the truth. Here, he says, I am surrendered, but he is not surrendered. But just because of compassion, just out of karuna, compassion, Krishna continues to teach. He continues to express the truth. Here starts the Shastra. These two slokas which Krishna spoke is Sutra. Because the Arjuna is not able to receive, here starts the Shastra. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Asosyan Anamosasvam Prajna Vadamscha Bhashase Kadasuna Kadasumscha Nanaso Sandhi Pandita. Bhagavan says, I don't want to use the word past tense, use the word said. Because Krishna or Gita can never be addressed in the past tense. Even though they were written here in the past tense, it has been translated in the past tense. I feel Krishna should be always addressed in the present tense. He is still relevant. We can't say Krishna was No, Krishna is. Krishna is. So we can't say Krishna said, Krishna says. While speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Again, Krishna straightaway addresses. Arjuna, you speak as if you are very intelligent, as if you are enlightened, but your emotion, your being shows you are not. A real person with enlightenment or wisdom will never worry neither for the living nor for the dead. If you are worrying about somebody who is living or somebody who is dead, you cannot be a man of intelligence. Please understand, what is after all death? There are thousands, or I can say millions who lived. Millions are gone. What is after all death? What is life? Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why these natural calamities are happening? Why so many millions of people are dying? The wars and natural calamities. Why God is doing all these things? I told him, to tell you an honest answer, I don't know. But if you insist on the answer, I can tell one thing. Next time, if God calls for a conference, I'll ask him and give you the reply. Because these questions have no answer in existence. The question is asked from a very low level. But the divine or the God is beyond your logic. These questions are from your logic, but the divine is beyond your logic. You can never have an answer for these questions. For example, a small ant is seeing the elephant and is asking, why are you so black? Why are you wearing the same color of me? I am also black and you are also black. Why? Why are you black? Why are you having the same color? Will the elephant be able to answer? Elephant will not even know small to understand the rules of existence, to understand the rules of divine. So only fools worry about the people who are living or people who are dead. A real intelligent man never bothers about death. The next sloka, here starts the essence of the whole Gita. Natve vadam jatunasam nattam neme janadiva nachaiva napavishyama sarve vayamada param. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these things, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. I think this is the gist of the whole Gita. If you can understand this one sloka, straight away you can become enlightened. You will be able to enter into the eternal bliss. Krishna says there was never a time when I, you and all of these things does not exist. If you think that our souls will also die along with our bodies, then you are wrong. We were before our birth on this earth and will remain even after death. This is also not true that any of us will not be in the future. In Zen Buddhism, there is a beautiful meditation technique to achieve enlightenment. You are asked to meditate on the face which you had before your birth. You are asked to meditate on the face which you had before your birth. Then you will realize you exist in the past, present and in the future. Your face may change, your body may change, but you continue to exist. Why? Then why we think we will die? Why? The fear of death happens. Exactly what happens. If what Krishna says is truth, that we are never bothered by the time, we were there in the past, we are here, we will be there in the future. Why? We are worried about our life. Why we are so much bothered about death? Let you first understand the concept of this time, past, present and future. Then you will be able to understand what Krishna says. I will try to explain a small diagram of the concept of time, the past, present and future. Then you will be able to understand the concept of time and the Atma. Time is like a shaft, continuously moving into the past. This is future, this is past. Continuously the future is moving into the past. Continuously future is becoming past. Every moment, in every second, future is becoming past. Where the future and the past meets, that point is present. This point is present. The future is continuously moving into the past. Where the future and the past meets, this point is present. Now, your mind or your thoughts is nothing but movements between past and the future. Please understand, you can't have any thoughts if you start thinking about the past or the future. If you stop worrying about the future and thinking about the past, you will not be able to have even a single thought. Your thought is nothing but continuously moving from past to future, past to future. Your thought is nothing but moving from past to future, past to future, past to future. The more time you jump from past to future, more number of thoughts. The less you jump from past to future, less number of thoughts. The more you jump from here to here, here to here, you are having more number of thoughts. Your thoughts are nothing but your movement between past and the future. Just try to think. Think something about the present, you can't. Even if you try to think, you would have made that as a past, only then you can think. You can never think about the present. Either you will be worrying about the future or remembering the past. Nothing else can be done. Mind as such is nothing but the movements between the past and the future. The more the frequency, more you are grasp. For example, if you have 100 thoughts per second, 100 TPS, thoughts per second, means 100 times you jump from past to future, future to past. And if you have 80 TPS, 80 thoughts per second, 80 times you will be jumping from past to future and future to past. The more the frequency, you will be more away from the present moment. The more the number of thoughts, you will be more away from the present moment. If the number of thoughts reduces, you will fall in the present moment. If the number of thoughts, if the frequency comes down, you will fall in the present moment. The more number of thoughts, the more you jump between the past and the future, the more you are away from the present. You will not be around the present. The more TPS or the more frequency, more you are away from the present moment. More the frequency, more your worries, more your suffering, and more your problems. When you are having high frequency, you think your body. This area is called Annamaya Kosha. Annamaya. When the frequency is little less, this area is Pranamaya. Pranamaya Kosha. The frequency is 60. Of course, I'm just saying as a proportion. Then Manomaya Kosha. You come little subtle, little near to the Atman. If you fall in the present moment, you are in Atman. In this present moment, you are in Atman. See. Past, present and future, all put together is eternal. Nitya, Atman. This is what we call Nitya, Atman. All three put together. Past, present and future, all three put together is Nitya or Atman. You can fall into the Atman only by falling into the present moment. Only when you come to the present moment, you can experience the Atman. But as of now, we are continuously jumping between past and the future, past and the future. The more the frequency, more you are stuck, more you are away from the Atman. The Upanishad says there are 5 layers. Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya and Anandamaya. This is Vijnanamaya. Then, when you come to 20 TPS, you go to Anandamaya. One more thing you need to understand. When the number of thoughts is less, you will not even know how time passes. A small example, when you sit with your close friend or whom you love, even if 2-3 hours passes, you will not know time has passed. Suddenly you realize, oh, so many hours have passed. What happened? You forget everything because the number of thoughts is less. If you are sitting with somebody who is continuously boring you, whom you don't feel comfortable, in every 5 minutes you will be seeing the watch. You will think, why? The watch is not moving. Why? The time is not moving. The time is more psychological. It is not chronological. That is why in our scriptures, in our Veda, we have word Shana. Shana does not mean a second. It means the gap between one thought and the other thought. So if your TPS, if your thought per second is less, you will be naturally in ecstasy, in bliss. If the number of thoughts is less, you will not even know how much of time has passed. Because you are in bliss. If the number of thoughts is more, you will be in hell. This is hell, this is heaven. Hell and heaven are nothing but number of thoughts, that's all. The more the frequency, you are in hell, caught in the physical layer, you think you are body. When the number of thoughts comes down, you think you are prana sharira. If it comes down, then you think you are mind. When it comes down, you think you are emotion. You are just emotion. When it comes down, you realize you are bliss. And when it becomes completely zero, you enter into the Atman, you realize you are there in the past, you are here in the present, you will be there in the future. Only a man whose TPS becomes zero, he can experience what Krishna says, you will be there forever. The past, present, future, all three are only just words. You exist throughout. You exist throughout. But as of now, you are continuously jumping between past and the future. You are continuously jumping between past and the future. Your frequency is too much. You don't have that much of patience to know, to realize your source. You don't have that much of energy to understand who you are. What is your base? What is your nature? You are continuously jumping from past to the future, future to the past. If you can bring down your thought per second, if you can reduce the TPS, you will fall in the present moment. The moment you fall in the present moment, you will experience you were there in the past, you will be here in the present, you are here in the present, and you will be here forever in the future. This experience happens to you only when you fall in the present moment. Krishna says, you were there in the past, you are here in the present, you will be there in the future. You don't die. When he says, he means you are Nitya Atman, eternal consciousness. You are beyond your mind. But you know only this space of moving from past to future. That is why you are not able to believe that this space exists in you. If you can bring down the TPS, if you can reduce the number of thoughts, you will be able to experience you are this. You are not just this. As of now, you are away from the present moment. Means you are away from the eternal consciousness. You are away from the present moment. You are restless, moving from past to the future. So you are not able to see the truth of this Nitya Atman or the eternal consciousness. The more the TPS, the more you are away. From here, you can't see this clearly. If you come down, you will be able to see your nature more clearly. You will be able to experience your nature more deeply. Here, Krishna says, you are the eternal Atman. When he says, you are the eternal Atman, you are there in the past, you were there in the past, you are here in the present, you will be there in the future. He means you are beyond time. He means, as a being, you are Atman. But as of now, you are caught in the mind, between the past and the future. That is the reason.
Krishna, Krishna.
As of now, you are caught between the past and the future. That's the reason. It will be difficult to believe what?
Now, let's do one meditation. We are going to do one meditation. I'm going to project the slides for the guided meditation. Yes. So now, listen to these instructions of this meditation. Listen to these instructions. In a very relaxed way, be aware of the space between your two eyebrows. In this area, bring your awareness. Don't concentrate, don't tense yourself. Just be very relaxed in this area. Have a deeply relaxed awareness. Let your Mooladhara chakra, what is that? The root center, located at the base of the spine, be relaxed. You go one chakra by one chakra. So just listen to the instructions. Then Swadhisthana, move to the navel center, move to the heart center, move to the throat center, move to the brow center, and then the crown center. Concentrate on the space between the eyebrows. Visualize cool, soothing light in the Anya chakra. In the space between the eyebrows, relax in the Anya chakra. Forget all other parts of your body and forget about the body, mind, and world. Remember only Anya chakra. The space between the eyebrows. Go deeply into the Anya chakra in the space between the two eyebrows. And also visualize a beautiful soothing light here in the Anya chakra. So relax into the same space as the Anya chakra. Space of eternal consciousness, the gateway of super consciousness. Okay, so now play the music. Let's do this meditation in the next few minutes. So when you are focusing or bring awareness constantly, the pleasant awareness at the Anya chakra, you will all have the grace of the divine consciousness. So now let's start doing this meditation. Visualize all your senses are shut. Your eyes completely closed. Do not allow any visualization to happen inside your brain. Your eyelids are completely dark. You see only darkness in front of you. the pleasant awareness. All the breath. Now relax. Now let's move on to the power manifestation. With the space of please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to manifest the power of Mahima. We're going to do one more round of the power manifestation Mahima. So what is Mahima? To increase the object's length, width, whatever, to increase the object's size basically. Is the power of Mahima. So post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Jayanti, Chandrasekharananda, Guru Prasadni, Mehri, all of you please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to do the one more round of to manifest the power of Mahima, increase the object's length, height or length. So please also bring your object. Yes. Chandra Shekhar is asking, can I use another book? Bhagavad Gita decoded. My husband is sleeping in the other room. See, to receive, Swamiji has blessed this book, the Living Enlightenment book, as a living diary. It literally responds to your thoughts. Any issue that is going on in your life, just open this book and see what kind of powerful cognition is there. Powerful cognition. So gratitude is your response to recognizing the abundance of existence. So beautiful. So now please get your objects. Be ready. Get your object and measure the object's size. And you can keep it yourself. After the power manifestation, again you see the yes. Now this power of Mahima increasing the size, the length of any object. Please sit straight. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Tie your eyes with eye pen. And even for the object, please sit straight. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring back your attention again and again to your Ajna chakra, the third eye. Now start chanting the Mahabharata. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahabharata and experience the space of oneness with that space of oneness. Intensely chant the Mahabharata and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, manifest the power of Mahima. The initial measurement. chant Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object length increases to manifest the power of Mahima. Yes, now all of you please post, measure your objects again and post your manifestation results. Measure your object again. Any questions, clarifications, and would you like to share to manifest like before? Chandra Shekhara, she says, I didn't measure before, so the Mahavakya chanting. Okay. Yes. Now, can you all please post your understanding of Bhagavad Gita so far, and what is that you have learned? So far, what you have learned, please post it in the chat. And we'll move on to our next chapter. So, Ma Chandrasekhara posting, okay, we are constantly moving between the past and present. If you are in the present moment, we will not have thoughts. TPS is related to our time and TPS is thoughts per second. We need to reduce our thoughts per second. Wonderful. Jayanti posted, being in the present moment can liberate us. Being in the present moment. Okay, all right. So now let's move on to our next session, next chapter. Jnana Vijnana Yoga. The wisdom, the knowledge, jnana is wisdom. The knowledge and the wisdom as a path. All living beings are caught in the duality of attachment and aversion. I like this, I don't like that. The greatest master, Krishna, explained how to move out of this bondage. He reveals the knowledge of associating with the divine to radiate divine. Understand? Associating with the divine to radiate divine. How did it sound like? What is the one word that you can say? What is the one word that you can say for this? Associating with the divine to radiate the divine. Experiencing Advaita, the oneness space. That's what you're practicing in power manifestation every day. The power of listening. People can say that Krishna is repeating himself. Understand? If you have already listened even once, Krishna will not repeat it again. For the person who wants to begin the life, the first thing he needs to learn is listen. Krishna shows the power of authentic listening and teaches Arjuna the ability to provide authentic listening to himself and others. You may be wondering, what is this listening will make us, something. Listening transforms us. How is this possible? Krishna shows the power of authentic listening and teaches Arjuna the ability to provide authentic listening to himself and others. What is happening? Listening to yourself means what? What is happening with you? What are the conflicting thoughts that are happening? Are they really real? Or our mind's projection? That is listening to ourselves. Yes. Among millions of men, one man may endeavor few perfection, and out of those who achieve perfection, hardly one knows me, the truth. You can see the capital M-E. That means he refers to the highest self. There are millions of people out there, but only a few hundred are present today to listen to this Gita discourse. And out of them, few hundred, only few will listen authentically, as it is expressed. The beautiful pramana from Bhagavad Gita, Matta parataran nanyat kinchit adi dhyananjaya mayi sarvam idam pratam sutre mani jnana iva. The literal meaning of this verse is, I am the thread, he says. I am the thread, the sutra, the technique on which all living beings, all living creatures, I am the thread, I am the sutra, the technique on which all existence is strung. He declares with a complete clarity that he is the thread of everything. He is the common thread. He is the unseen essence without which there can be no substance. The unseen ultimate energy without which there can be no universe. Yes. Now, all states of being, be they are goodness, the sattva guna, and the passion, raja guna, and the ignorance, that is tamas, emanate from me. I am independent of them, but they are dependent on me. Now, no living being influenced by the mind is beyond the influence of the gunas. When one transcends the group gunas that Krishna says about himself, one begins at Trigunatita, one who has transcended the three gunas. Again, all states of being, be they are of goodness, passion, ignorance, tamas, emanate from me. I am independent of them, but they are dependent on me. So no living being influenced by the mind is beyond the influence of the gunas. When one transcends the gunas, as Krishna says about himself, one becomes a Trigunatita. This chapter, the next verse is Tesam jnani nitya yukta eka bhakti visishyate priyo hi jnanino tyatam aham sacha mama priyaha. The person who approaches me out of love and gratitude is the best. The passion, for I am dear to him and he is the dear to me. Be clear. By this verse, Krishna ends the whole conversation, the whole concept. Krishna says, starting at different levels is okay, but don't stop there. Krishna says beautifully that he is in you and you are in him. The moment you understand this ultimate truth, the moment you approach the divine with the right attitude, you become the divine. The master or the divine is in you only when you engage yourself in enriching service to him. Sitting in front of the master or the divine, just enjoying the form, is not the enriching service Krishna talks about. When you devote yourself to the divine mission, you become a devotee. That is when you become dear to him. When you devote yourself to the divine mission, you become a devotee. That is when you become dear to him. When we feel life is a blessing and we approach the divine with a deep love and gratitude, not only do we experience divine consciousness, Krishna says, they achieve me. They attain me. Madbhakta yatni madam api. They achieve me. They attain me. There is another verse where Krishna beautifully says, if you ask for something, I will give you that. But if you don't ask for anything, I'll give you me. When we feel life is a blessing and we approach the divine with a deep love and gratitude, not only do we experience divine consciousness, Krishna says, they achieve me. They attain me. There is another, okay, this one is done. The next chapter is Akshara Brahma Yoga, the art of living. Triguna Rahita, and wonderful. This you have learned before. Be sure to reach me. Krishna says, Arjuna, you should always think of me. You should always be in my state of consciousness, even when you are doing your regular duty. Even in your activities, you will attain me without doubt. Anything that you do, if you relate with divine, you will achieve him. Krishna says, Arjuna, you should always think of me. You should always be in my state of consciousness, even when you are doing your regular duty. Even in your activities, you will attain me without doubt. Even in your activities, you will attain me without doubt. Please be very clear. Where we think during our whole life, the same thought will come to us in the end also. In the next verse, Krishna says, at the time of death, fix your mind between the eyebrows. He adds, without being distracted and with devotion. See, all this is not in our control at the time when the life force is about to leave the body. But if we have led a life of such a higher consciousness, this automatically happens at that time. Krishna gives a different ways to attain Brahman or God or ultimate consciousness. He says that people learn in the Vedas that attain Brahman. Brahman is consciousness. Immerse yourself in the scriptures. Keep reading some scriptures or other and imbibe its truth. It will have a tremendous impact on you. We will get into that mode of enlightenment. This is what Krishna wants. When our thoughts are always directed towards self-realization, our thoughts will be of enlightenment at the time of death also. Yes. When our thoughts are always directed towards self-realization, our thoughts will be of enlightenment at the time of death also. Now the next chapter, chapter 9, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya. The secret of the secret of the secrets. Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya. Here please understand, Krishna is giving the ultimate secret. Raja Guhyatamam, meaning the royal secret. Once we know the secret, then there is no difference between the divine and us. The whole universe is intelligence. It responds to our thoughts. Krishna transmits the king of all the knowledge and all secrets, which is eternal, easy, and joyfully done, to the one who is non-envious and trust him. Krishna promises yoga and kshema, yoga kshema. That means the success and protection. Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitramidamuttamam Pratyakshavagam Dhyayam Dharmam Susuktam Katusam Avyayam. This knowledge is king of all knowledge and the greatest secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, sacred, and because it gives a direct perception of the self by self-realization, it is the perfection of religion, dharma, and it is eternal, easy, and it is very joyfully performed. This knowledge is a king of all the knowledge and the greatest secret of all secret. It is the purest knowledge, sacred, and because it gives direct perception of the self by self-realization, it is perfection of religion, dharma, and it is eternal, easy, and it is very joyfully performed. Raja Vidya. The whole universe is pure intelligence. The whole universe is not dead matter. The universe is not an accident. It can respond to our thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, planet Earth, air, oceans, rivers, earth, fire, or the space, sun, moon, the whole universe is intelligent. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to our thoughts. The universe is not an accident. It can respond to our thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, planet Earth, air, river, the whole universe is intelligence. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to our thoughts. That's the essence of the chapter 9. The next chapter is Vibhuti Yoga. You are the ultimate. In Sanskrit, the word guru, meaning master, has two syllables. Gu refers to darkness and Ru, the light. The master leads the disciple from darkness into the light with compassion. This darkness of ignorance is the identification that one has with oneself, one's material attachments and material possessions. in Sanskrit, the guru means the master, and the two syllables gu refers to darkness and the ru refers light. The master leads the disciple from darkness into the light with compassion. This darkness of ignorance is the identification that one has to with oneself, one's material attachment and material possessions. Whenever I have said, whatever more I can say will only be a drop in the ocean, a small fragment of what I am. There's nothing that is not me. Here, me represents whenever I have said, whatever more I can say will only be a drop in the ocean, a small fragrance of what I am. There's nothing that is not me, nothing that can exist out of me, and nothing that has not been created from and by me. Vibhuti Yoga, next chapter. Whatever I have asked, whatever more I can say will only be a drop in the ocean, a small fragment of what I am. There is nothing that is not me, and there's nothing that has not been created from and by me. Krishna says to Arjuna, I can't give the teachings again because they are set in that high spiritual eternal consciousness. At the time I was in that high eternal consciousness, I was radiating my enlightenment. That's why enlightenment people speak to me. The universal consciousness spoke through me. That is why all these teachings came out. I represented the universal energy, the universal consciousness of that moment. Now I can't give you the same teachings again. We need to realize that we are part of the same energy system as the universe. Hindu scriptures describe the 5 energy elements that comprise nature, which are earth, water, fire, air, and ether. The human system is a combination of the same elements as the universe. So are all beings, inanimate and animate. An enlightened being has no identity. His only identity is the merged identity with the divine. An enlightened being has no identity and his only identity is the merged identity with the universe. We may not be aware that we continuously maintain enmity with the Paramatma, the existence. That's why we suspect life. We have fear about what will happen in the next moment. We are afraid of life because we don't believe what is going to happen the next moment will enrich us. We don't trust the existence. Krishna removed the enmity between Jivatma, the self, and Paramatma, the supreme self. Arjuna is the Jivatma, the Krishna is Paramatma. Here, Krishna removed the enmity between Jivatma and Paramatma. Arjuna is the Jivatma and Krishna is Paramatma. Krishna says, if you continuously merge in me, I will take care of all your needs and necessities. You will be my responsibility. If you continuously merge in me, I will take care of all your needs and necessities. You will be my responsibility. I am the source. I am everything. Now Krishna explains, oh my dear, understand, I'm everything. Vittiloka Maheshwaram have come down. I have happened in this body to liberate you. When Krishna says, he means the universal self of him. He means the formless consciousness of his being. He represents the universal energy. It doesn't mean the 6-foot form with the flute and peacock feather, which Arjuna usually relates. Intelligence, knowledge, and freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness, distress, birth and death, fear and fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. All these questions of living being are created by me alone. If you understand this first verse, you can immediately relax. Krishna says, whatever you have a good name or bad name is created by me. Then be certain that whatever you have a gift from the divine. Krishna is both macrocosm and microcosm. The Brahmanda, the whole cosmos, he's that, and he's also the 6-foot form, the Pindanda. Cosmos and the Pindanda, everything is Krishna. Individual being, his energy permeates all living and non-living entities, and he decides upon their nature. Krishna declares that he is everything that really matters. Krishna says that he is the ultimate consciousness in all beings and he is beginning, middle, and end of the beings. He declares that he pervade the entire space and time and beyond. Now, let's do one exercise. Write down all the instances when you felt life is unfair and injustice, cruel. God doesn't exist. Visualize you already have done all that you wanted. Life is so fair. What are you holding? To be away from reality that life is just. Every instant it is completing me because it is completing as a whole. God exists. Why you decided to hold this? Please pen them down.
Now, let's move on to one more round of manifesting the power of Mahima, increasing the height of the object. So please post your powerful cognitions from the Living Enlightenment book. We're going to manifest the power of Mahima, increasing the height. Quickly post. When you understand that pleasure and pain are both creations of the mind, you will realize they are temporary. Beautiful cognition. Now, please straight up. Bring in a new object and measure the height. Bring in a new object and measure the height. We are going to increase the height of the object. You are ready? Measure and ready. Now, please straight with your object that you are going to increase the height and visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, just unclutch. Let it come, let it go. You bring your attention and your awareness back to your third eye with Swamiji's form in your inner space. With that, start chanting the Mahabharata. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahabharata and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object height increases. Intensely chant the Mahabharata. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object length increases and manifest the power of Mahima. Yes, now please post whatever, please post, measure it again and post your manifestation results. Please measure the object length again and post the results of your manifestation. Please post your results. next chapter. We are going to move on to the next chapter, chapter 11. Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga. Meaning Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, meaning Krishna has given his original form, the Vishwarupa, to Arjuna. How does one experience universal consciousness? What exactly happens? What basic qualification does one need for this experience? Krishna explains and gives the direct, pure experience with his very cosmic presence. In this chapter, Krishna shows how his cosmic and divine form to Arjuna. Krishna gives Arjuna the experience of universal consciousness. For the first time, Arjuna is about to experience Krishna's divine form. Of all this in Bhagavad Gita, this chapter, Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, the vision of the cosmic form had a very special significance. It is in this chapter that Krishna reveals his divine self, that of Parabrahma Krishna. Elsewhere, he speaks with the authority of Parabrahma Krishna. But he is still present as the mortal human Krishna form. Now, at Arjuna's request, he reveals his true cosmic self to Arjuna. This is the most important of all the chapters of Bhagavad Gita, direct revelation of the divine. He gives the experience directly. I am everything. He gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness and the realization that he is present in everything. This is the most important of all the chapters of Bhagavad Gita and direct revelation of the divine. He gives the experience directly. I am everything. He gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness and the revelation that he is present in everything. The wave in the ocean. Did I see some comments? So the wave in the ocean is part of the ocean. As long as it feels itself to be part of the ocean, there is no separation. However, when the wave experiences its own identity, creates its own identity, it no longer feels itself as part of the ocean. It feels itself to be a separate entity. When it is time to merge back into that ocean, it is afraid. Allow Krishna to experience Krishna. Arjuna says, "O Parameshwara, Lord Supreme, though you are here before me as you have declared yourself, I wish to see the divine cosmic form of yours. Purushottama, the Supreme Being, please grant this. But you cannot see me with your own physical eyes. Let me give you the divine eye. Behold my divine power and opulence." Arjuna saw this universal form wearing divine garlands and clothing unattired all over celestial frequencies, all wonderful, brilliantly represented endless and all-pervading forces on all sides. If the splendor of 1,000 suns were to effulgence to the great Supreme Lord. Now, this beautiful special chapter, let's listen from Swamiji, Cosmic Window, the cosmic window, how Krishna grant the boon of gracing his divine presence, the cosmic Krishna.
यासेन क्रदितां पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं गवनीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्बत्वा मनुसन्ददामि भगवद्गीते भगवद्वेषिणीम् वस्तुतं देवं संसजानोरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्. Welcome you all with my love and respect.
Not at some privilege.
In this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it from the beginning, from first chapter. He is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada. Whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today, he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid experience to Arjuna. See, the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God, and not only was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya. That is to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe in God or I will kill you. Either believe in God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes people believe what he says, that's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of the universal consciousness to beings. That is the enlightened being and the egoistic being. Both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened or just egoistic? This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes from him is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. And beautiful chapter, this whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavata there is a beautiful sloka. Tavatamritam tatajivanam, kavivirididam kalmashavakam, shravanamangalam srimadadadam, bhuvidunandide uridajana. This is Gopika. Gopis they sing, O Krishna, Tavatamritam means your words and words about you, Tatamritam, words of immortality, words of nectar. Your words and words about you, on you and by you, both Tapta Jivanam, Kaviviridam, Kalmashavakam, Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadam. Shravana Mangalam, just by listening, you create auspiciousness in us. Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadam, Bhuridunandide Bhuridajana. It is worshipped or expressed as the highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people, the people who experience you. They again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kaviviridam, Kalmashavakam, Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If you fall in love with Krishna, if we are really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. Straight away his experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains, he just gives experience of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe. And Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? These three we will understand from this chapter. And such a wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it's intellectual expression, it's an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing, I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, you experience the divinity of, only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. Be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into the frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody is God. You will see everybody is divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to fix everybody into that imagination.
into that frame and you suffocate them. You suffocate them. And they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment the other always suffocates you. Other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into the frame. If you don't fall in the frame, you are a little bit chisel here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chisel. And small pieces are removed from you. That's what you are doing. Continuously, you chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally, you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing. When you continuously chisel, never think you will end your job. Never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. Small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Earlier, puppy will bring newspaper, and earlier she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. When you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same way, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in 2 ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by 2 ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, a master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little mature, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Vishwarupa Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. Enough, I enjoy it, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashram, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing the Hurricane Katrina's disasters by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in the morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? You understand one thing. I gave a small example. There's an ant hill, small ant hill. If you drive your car on the ant hill and kill all the ants, it's actually natural calamity for them. They may say, Hurricane SUV. They may name it as a Hurricane SUV. It's a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will? Can you relate with that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever your savings, please bring all the sugar, please, all the fruits, all the food, let us serve. They may have a small red grass. And they may also have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing a big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, can they ask first of all? No. We don't know, maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse, sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, this all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different, their frequency is different, and your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car made an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, and if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't have even noticed. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself is totally different. The frequency in which the ants accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank, in India, there should be open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an ant hill, and you just poured 1 mug of water, by mistake, the water showered on the ant hill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans, that's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In the big ocean, 1 handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is, we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. That's all. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. See, ants cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured 1 mug water on their hill, on their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them, because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different, and your frequency level is different. And that universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. The ants, they live in the frequency of 10, you live in the frequency of 100, and the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All you can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand, whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution, or they will make you understand about all these problems, be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity? Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, they did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are a little charismatic, if they are a little intellectual, if they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. And you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people, because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people, because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist way. Why are you now chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows, he may be there. Better now let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swami, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them, because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion, because what I am teaching is a pure satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to the whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna, but it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to the whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What's the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth. Live your life happily. Live your life intensely. That's all. We never believe in conversion, but there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression. Because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there. Privately he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came and he opened up and spoke everything. That's anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better, a lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be fooled. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is, Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself is not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna, of the whole cosmic consciousness. Let us enter into the sloka, then we will see these three things. Can the universal consciousness be experienced? What is the basic qualification? What happens when you experience? These three are explained beautifully in this chapter. Krishna explains beautifully in this. Arjuna uvacha madanatrahaya paramam guhyam atyatma sanjitam yatva yoktam vasastena moho yam vigato mama. Arjuna says, O Lord, by hearing the instruction you gave me about these most confidential spiritual truths and revealing your glory, I feel my illusion has disappeared. My illusion has been now dispelled. Next he says, Yevamedat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtamichchami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. Yevamedat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtumichchami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. O greatest of all personalities, Purushottama, man among men. Purushottama, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in actual position, as you describe, you are the universal consciousness. You are the ultimate. I wish to see you, how you entered into this cosmic manifestation, how you express yourself in that ultimate form. I want to see that form of yours. First time he says, O Lord, reveal me your cosmic conscious form. Reveal me your cosmic consciousness. Now, Krishna is the cosmic window. Yesterday he showed, I am ultimate. Now he gives the experience of cosmic consciousness. He is the cosmic window. Through him, Arjuna is able to see that cosmic energy. The next sloka. Manyase yajida chakyam maya prashtumiti prabho yogeshwara tado me tvam darshayatmanam avyayam. Manyase yajida chakyam maya prashtumiti prabho yogeshwara tado me tvam darshayam atmanam avyayam. Darshayatmanam avyayam. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of my being, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that your cosmic form, universal self. It says very clearly here one word. If you think I am able to behold your form, means there's a little fear already inside. Be very clear. Many people used to come and tell me, Swamiji, if you think I can manage, why don't you give me an enlightened experience? I tell them, me thinking you will manage is not important. You should think you will be able to manage. You must be ready to take the responsibility. Whatever comes, let me face. Small story. When you are not ready to take the responsibility, naturally, you will put the blame on me tomorrow. I told you that time itself, if I can manage, I told you to give, but you are given me without even knowing whether I will be able to manage or not. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Of course, even a simple truth experiences cannot be given so easily. If you read the Swamiji as we know him, there's one of our publication. In that one devotee writes the reminiscence. Continuously that person was nagging me for spiritual experience. read in the arms of the master portion. There she describes, he or she, the devotee, describes clearly the experience. The person was nagging me continuously for some spiritual experience. I told you, see, do meditation, you will have it, don't worry. No, you give me something. It's not like a coconut, or it's not just a little bit of chips, I can give you straight away. It's an experience, you must be able to hold it, you must be able to receive it. No, give me something. It went on for 6 months. Then I said, stop asking, do meditation, it will happen. Then the person said, no, tell me clearly, you can't give. Don't try to escape from me. Now I said, all right, now the time has come for you. What can be done? Just single moment, if you can read the reminiscence. Person says, suddenly I felt the base in which I am standing is shaken. I felt the base in which my boundary idea, it slowly started getting loosened. And I felt the person who is in front of me also is boundaryless. And totally I was frightened. I said, enough, stop, I can't. And nothing has happened. Hardly I can say 1 volt current. 1 volt energy. Person was shaken. Same thing. When you have that fear, will I be able to hold or not? Be very clear, you will never be able to hold. And then the person started blaming me. I asked, yes, that is true. Father, will you give whatever I asked? You should have been a little responsible. And 2 days the person was suffering out of fever and fear. 2 days the person was bedridden. Of course, after 2 days he became alright. That's different. But what I am saying, when you try to receive the experience without maturity, always you get into trouble. Here, Arjuna asks, if I am able to hold, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, my Lord, show me that unmasked manifested universal self. Please understand, before entering into the experience, you must have the courage. Let me see. I have always seen. After 1 year, if they continuously meditate, people start experiencing this boundarylessness. They get frightened. They feel just totally shaken up. They run and come to me. Swamiji, I feel nowadays, the moment I sit in meditation, I am losing the boundary. I am afraid I may be lost. I told them, what for you are meditating? The meditation is to give you the boundarylessness. And you are doing whatever has to be done to achieve that consciousness, and you are afraid of that. It's like you invite some guest. First you send email, then you send a fax, then you give a call, then you give telegram, then finally you send one person with a ticket to bring that person. When he comes to your house, suddenly you say, I never expected you will come. I thought somebody else will come. I was inviting somebody else. No, you can't say that. It is you who invited. You did meditation continuously. When you do meditation, you will have the boundaryless consciousness. You will experience universal consciousness. But I have always seen, invariably, when people experience this first time, they are totally shaken. They escape. They try to escape. And same way I have seen people who practice mantra also. When they intensely go into that mantra, when the divine starts giving experience, they get frightened and run away. They are totally frightened and they try to escape from it. If you are meditating on divine, on mantra, or on some God, don't try to escape when you get the vision or darshan. Divine will never disturb you. Only your fear will disturb you. Even with the person whom I was explaining, he was frightened. That is the only problem. As divine, it never creates trouble. Even then, he did not have any problem. Just the fear. Be very clear. Whenever you face the experience, have courage to face it. Just go with it. We always think, no, this is too much. I cannot handle this. No, nothing is too much. In divine, nothing is too much. Ramakrishna asked Vivekananda, if you see the Amrita Sagara, how you will drink? Ocean of nectar, how will you drink? How you will drink? Vivekananda says, I will become a small fly, sit in the edge of the ocean and drink slowly. Ramakrishna says, fool, jump into that and drink. Vivekananda asks, no, if I jump into that, I may die. Ramakrishna says, beautifully, it is the ocean of nectar, how will you die? Amrita means, by drinking which you will never die. It's the ocean of Amrita, ocean of nectar, how will you die? Even if you fall, even if you completely drown yourself into the ocean of nectar, you will never die. So in the divine, in the spirituality, there is no such thing overdoing it or too much. In the spiritual energy, there is nothing called too much. In the spiritual experience, there is nothing called too much. In the devotion, there is nothing called too much. In bhakti, there is nothing called too much. Many wives, they come and complain. Swamiji, my husband is becoming involved with meditation and bhakti too much. Please do something. Or the husbands will come and complain. She is becoming too much involved in meditation, in bhakti. Please do something. Please be very clear. If somebody is too much involved in the world, only then they need treatment. Of course, that I don't have to give. Naturally, they will take it to a psychiatric doctor. When somebody is too much involved in God, bhakti, nothing is wrong. There is no too much. in divine, there is not too much in bliss. Be very clear, there is not too much in spirituality. Here, if you think there is something called too much in spirituality, you always have a problem. Arjuna says, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, means he puts the responsibility on Krishna. He wants the sweet, but he doesn't want to become diabetic. Of course, with the divine sweet, you will never become diabetic. You will never become diabetic. And you will never become diseased. Let me tell you one small story. It's truth. I was taken by one of our devotees to Melakote, where Ramanuja lived. God, the prasad which they give is so tasty and so beautiful. Actually, basically the Iyengar families, they cook beautifully. Their food is just Vaishnavites are basically very tasty people. Because the Vishnu is the God who accepts everything. And he is the Lord of Lakshmi. And not like Shiva, sitting in Smashana and eating whatever you get by begging and eating. Not like Shiva. Shiva is poor guy and wears some little Rudraksha, and snakes are the pet animals. And that old bull, that is the Vahana. And the Smashan is the place where he lives. And simple that Smashan Bhasma is the cosmetic powder. And nothing much. But Vishnu is the Lord, King. So naturally the Vishnu Bhaktas also will have the same energy. They will nicely cook. And so much of sweet. The intensity of sweet in the sweet is so much. I asked, do you make only for 1 or 2 days or every day? They said, Swamiji, not only we make this every day, the whole village is given this food. Because the whole village is a family who take care of the temple. The temple prasad only is served. Then I asked, surely the whole village should be diabetic. And please understand, you will be surprised, not even a single diabetic patient in the whole village. So much of sweet they eat. So much of sweet. Not even a single diabetic patient. Not even a single diabetic patient. I was surprised because when the food is offered to God, it becomes amrita. Please understand, the mantras which we chant, it affects that food. Don't think prasad is ordinary food. It is energized. The words which you create, let me tell you an important research, then you will understand. Recently there was a book released called Messages from Water. This movie, What the Bleep Do We Know? In that movie, they describe about this book. You all should see that movie. What the Bleep Do We Know? It's a beautiful movie. In that they say, one Japan doctor has done a research. He keeps 10 different tumblers of waters. In front of one tumbler he sits and chants some good words, peace, bliss, happiness, like this. Words which creates positive emotion. Then he keeps another tumbler of water and chants the words, negative words, war, violence, anger, that type of emotion. And he puts the label of war. And after that, he takes one tumbler of water and chants Dhammapada, the words from Buddha's teachings. And different tumblers of waters. He says, if he freezes that water and sees through the microscope and photographs, he comes out with a research report. He says, the water which is energized by positive words, positive energy, it looks almost like a diamond. And he has published a book of all the photographs. So beautiful. The water looks like a diamond. Clear. The crystals are clear. And the water which is energized by the negative words, the water in front of which he chanted the negative words, they show like a demon. The picture looks like a devil. And the water energized by Dhammapada, it looks so peaceful, so calm. And not once or twice, understand, 300 researches he has done and proved your thoughts affect the water which is in front of you. That is why our masters, they taught us to chant mantras standing in Ganga. The whole river will be energized. If just 5 minutes chanting 2-3 words in front of a water can change the quality of water, means millions of people standing in that water chanting mantra, what energy that water will radiate. That is why the whole Ganga is sacred river. Whatever our rishis did, today the modern day science is proving. Modern day science is proving. See, in those days, these British people, when they come from England, they will bring water in their ship. That will be spoiled within a month. They will suffer without water. But when they go back from Calcutta, the same time only, when they come, if it takes 3 months, when they go back also it takes only 3 months. But when they go back, the water never gets spoiled. They start analyzing why. Then they understood. They bring Ganga water. When they go back, the water is from Calcutta, Ganga. Then they started doing research on Ganga water. They say Ganga water has got quality to purify itself automatically. That is why the Ganga water never is polluted by, in spite of so much of pollution. In spite of so much of pollution, never Ganga water gets polluted because it continuously purifies itself. The whole water is energy, whole river is energy. Same way, in a temple where continuously these mantras are chanted,
chant that mantras, that food also starts getting a pure spiritual energy. That starts radiating the energy of positive qualities. You will never become sick by eating prasad. Be very clear. You will never become sick by eating prasad. You will always only become healthy. This is a solid proof. Actually, I was surprised to hear the whole village eats that state akara vessel. In Tamil they call it akara vessel. And so sweet, so much of sweet. The whole village eats that food regularly, every day, because that is the food which is given from temple. But nobody is diabetic. Nobody is diabetic. It is because of the power of that verse, power of that mantra. Be very clear, with the divine, everything will do only good. It will never do any bad. With energy, it is always good. Never you will have anything bad. With Amrita Sagara, you will never die. When it comes to divine, just jump totally. Don't keep anything in reservation. There is no need for any fear. Nothing needs to be afraid. Just relax into the divine. You will transform. He says, Manyade Nidachakyam Maya Trashtumidi Prabhu Yogeshwara Tadome Tvam Dashayatmanam Avyayam Dashayatmanam Avyayam. He says, if you think I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me your cosmic form. Bhagavān Vāca Pashya me Pata Rūpāni Sarasoda Sagasrasaha Nāna Vidāni Divyāni Nāna Varnakritini Ca. Lord says, O Pata, see hundreds of thousands of my forms. These are divine forms, diverse divine forms of diverse colors, shapes and sizes. O Bharata, see the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Aswini Kumaras, Maruts, and many wonderful things which no one has ever seen before. Now he starts explaining or giving darshan, and before that he says a beautiful word, an important word. He says, O Arjuna, you cannot see my form by an ordinary eyes. You have to see only with the Divya Netra, means the third eye, divine eye. Let me give you Divyam Dadami, Dechakshu. He says, let me give you the divine eyes. Then you will start seeing me. Then you will be able to experience me. From this sloka, he starts giving the Vishwarupa Darshan. I think from this sloka, the whole thing is a continuity. It has to be understood as one part or one sloka. The whole thing is a single sloka. This whole chapter is a single sloka. Because the whole chapter explains the darshan.
We're going to manifest the power of the Mahima, increase the height. We're going to do one more round. Yes, now please sit straight and bring your object. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. Be in the space of unclutching. And start chanting the Mahabharata. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahabharata and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object in your hand to increase the height, to manifest the power of Mahima. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the oneness space. With that space, declare the object in your hand to increase the height. Yes, now please post whatever you increase that happened. Measure it again. Measure your objects again. Yes. Get to manifest. All right. So now, right? So now we're going to listen from Swamiji on the next chapter of the Bhagavad Gita.
Today, in this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience of universal consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it from the beginning, from first chapter. He is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada. Whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid to Arjuna. See, the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God, and not only he was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya Namaha. They have to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe I am God or I will kill you. Either believe I am God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes people believe in what he says, that's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of the universal consciousness to beings. That is an enlightened being and an egoistic being. Both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened or just egoistic? This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes from him is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. And beautiful chapter, this whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavata there is a beautiful sloka. Tavakatamritam taprajivanam kavivirididam kalmashavagam shravanamangalam srimadadadam bhuvigunandite bhuvidajana. This is Gopika Gita. Gopis they sing, O Krishna, Tavakatamritam means your words and words about you, Katamritam, words of immortality, words of nectar. Your words and words about you, on you and by you. Both Tapta Jivanam, Kaviviridam, Kalmashavagam, Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadatam. Shravana Mangalam, just by listening, it creates auspiciousness in us. Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadatam, Bhuvidunandide Bhuvidajana. It is worshipped or expressed as the highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people. The people who experience you, they again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kaviviridam kalmashavakam, Shravana Mangalam Srimadadatam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If we fall in love with Krishna, if we are really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. Straight away his experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains, he just gives experience of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe. And Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? This three we will understand from this chapter, and such wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it is an intellectual expression, it is an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing, I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, you experience the divinity of, only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. Now, be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into the frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody as God. You will see everybody as divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to fix everybody into that imagination, into that frame, and you suffocate them. You suffocate them, and they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment the other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into the frame. If you don't fall in the frame, you are a little bit chiseled here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chiseled, and small pieces are removed from you. That's what we are doing. Continuously we chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally, you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing. When you continuously chisel, never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. A small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Yeah, puppy will bring newspaper, she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. When you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same day, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in two ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by two ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you will experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, your master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little mature, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Shiva Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. I enjoy it, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashram, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing the Hurricane Katrina's disasters by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in a morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? You understand one thing? I gave a small example. That's an anthill, small anthill. If you drive your car on the anthill and kill all the ants, it's actually natural calamity for them. They may say, Hurricane SUV. They may name it as a Hurricane SUV. It's a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will? Can you relate to that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever you are saying, please bring all the sugar peas, all the fruits, all the food. Let us serve. They may have a small red grass. And they may also have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing the big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, can they ask first of all? No. We don't know, maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse. Sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, this all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different, their frequency is different. And your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car when an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, and if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't even notice. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself is totally different. The frequency in which the ants accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank in India, there should be an open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an anthill, and you just poured one mug of water, by mistake, the water showered on the anthill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans. That's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In the big ocean, one handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is, we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. That's all. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. See, ants cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured one mug water on their hill, on their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different. And your frequency level is different. And the universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. The ants, they live in the frequency of 10, you live in the frequency of 100, and the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All you can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand, whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution or they will make you understand about all these problems, be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity?
Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, they did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are a little charismatic, if they are a little intellectual, if they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. And you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people, because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people, because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist faith. Why are you not chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows, he may be there. Better now itself let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swami, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them, because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion, because what I am teaching is a pure satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to the whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna, but it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to the whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What's the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth. Live your life happily. Live your life intensely. That's all. We never believe in conversion, but there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression, because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me, and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there, privately he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came and he opened up and spoke to him. That's anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better, a lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be full. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is, Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself is not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna, the whole cosmic consciousness. Let us enter into the sloka, then we will see these three things. Can cosmic, the universal consciousness be experienced? What is the basic qualification? What happens when you experience? These three are explained beautifully in this chapter. Krishna explains beautifully in this. Arjuna uvacha madanakradaya paramam guhyam atyatma sanjitam yatvajottam vasastena mohoyam vigato mama. Arjuna says, O Lord, by hearing the instruction you gave me, about these most confidential spiritual truths and revealing your glory, I feel my illusion has disappeared. My illusion has been now dispelled. Next he says, Yevametat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtamichami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. Yevametat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtamichami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. O greatest of all personalities, Purushottama, man among men, Purushottama, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in actual position, as you describe, you are the universal consciousness, you are the ultimate. I wish to see you, how you entered into this cosmic manifestation, how you express yourself in that ultimate form. I want to see that form of yours. First time he says, O Lord, reveal me your cosmic conscious form. Reveal me your cosmic consciousness. Now, Krishna is the cosmic window. Yesterday he showed I am ultimate. Now he gives the experience of cosmic consciousness. He is the cosmic window. Through him, Arjuna is able to see that cosmic energy. The next sloka. Manyase yadi chakyam maya prashtumidi prabho yogeshwara tadometvam dashayatmanam avyayam. Manyase yadi chakyam maya prashtumidi prabho yogeshwara tadometvam dashayam atmanam avyayam. Dashayatmanam avyayam. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of my being, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that your cosmic form, universal self. It says very clearly here one word. If you think I am able to behold your form, means there's a little fear already inside. Be very clear. Many people used to come and tell me, Swamiji, if you think I can manage, why don't you give me an enlightened experience? I tell them, me thinking you will manage is not important. You should think you will be able to manage. You must be ready to take the responsibility. Whatever comes, let me face. Small story. When you are not ready to take the responsibility, naturally, you will put the blame on me tomorrow. I told you that time itself, if I can manage, I told you to give, but you are given me without even knowing whether you will be able to manage or not. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Of course, even a simple truth experiences cannot be given so easily. If you read the Swamiji as we know him, there's one of our publication. In that one devotee writes the reminiscence. Continuously that person was nagging me for spiritual experience. Read in the arms of the master portion. There she describes, he or she, the devotee, describes clearly the experience. That person was nagging me continuously for some spiritual experience. I told you, see, do meditation, you will have it, don't worry. No, you give me something. It's not like a coconut, or it's not just a little bit of chips, I can give you straight away. It's an experience, you must be able to hold it, you must be able to receive it. No, give me something. It went on for 6 months. Then I said, stop asking, do meditation, it will happen. Then the person said, no, tell me clearly, you can't give. Don't say, don't try to escape from me. Now I said, all right, now the time has come for you. What can be done? Just single moment, if you can read the reminiscence. Person says, suddenly I felt the base in which I am standing is shaken. I felt the base in which my boundary idea, it slowly started getting loosened. And I felt the person who is in front of me also is boundaryless. And totally I was frightened. I said, enough, stop, I can't. And nothing has happened. Hardly I can say 1 volt current. 1 volt energy. The person was shaken. Same thing. When you have that fear, will I be able to hold or not? Be very clear, you will never be able to hold. And then the person started blaming me. I asked, yes, that is true. Father, believe you, whatever I asked. You should have been a little responsible. And 2 days the person was suffering out of fever and fear. 2 days the person was bedridden. Of course, after 2 days he became alright. That's different. But what I am saying, when you try to receive the experience without maturity, always you get into trouble. Here, Arjuna asks, if I am able to hold, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, my Lord, show me that unmasked manifested universal self. Please understand, before entering into the experience, you must have the courage. Let me see. I have always seen. After 1 year, if they continuously meditate, people start experiencing this boundarylessness. They get frightened. They feel just totally shaken up. They run and come to me. Swamiji, I feel nowadays, the moment I sit in meditation, I am losing the boundary. I am afraid I may be lost. I told them, what for you are meditating? The meditation is to give you the boundarylessness. And you are doing whatever has to be done to achieve that consciousness, and you are afraid of that. It's like you invite some guest. First you send email, then you send a fax, then you give a call, then you give telegram, then finally you send one person with a ticket to bring that person. When he comes to your house, suddenly you say, I never expected you will come. I thought somebody else will come. I was inviting somebody else. No, you can't say that. It is you who invited. You did meditation continuously. When you do meditation, you will have the boundaryless consciousness. You will experience universal consciousness. But I have always seen, invariably, when people experience this first time, they are totally shaken. They escape. They try to escape. And same way I have seen people who practice mantra also. When they intensely go into that mantra, when the divine starts giving experience, they get frightened and run away. They are totally frightened and they try to escape from it. If you are meditating on divine, on mantra, or on some God, don't try to escape when you get the vision or darshan. Divine will never disturb you. Only your fear will disturb you. Even with the person whom I was explaining, he was frightened. That is the only problem. As divine, it never creates trouble. Even then, he did not have any problem. Just a fear. Be very clear. Whenever you face the experience, have courage to face it. Just go with it. We always think, no, this is too much. I cannot handle this. No, nothing is too much. In divine, nothing is too much. Ramakrishna asked Vivekananda, if you see the Amrita Sagara, how you will drink? Ocean of nectar, how will you drink? How you will drink? Vivekananda says, I will become like a small fly, sit in the edge of the ocean and drink slowly, slowly. Ramakrishna says, fool, jump into that and drink. Vivekananda asks, no, if I jump into that, I may die. Ramakrishna says, beautifully, it is an ocean of nectar, how will you die? Amrita means by drinking which you will never die. It's an ocean of Amrita, ocean of nectar, how will you die? Even if you fall, even if you completely drown yourself into the ocean of nectar, you will never die. So in the divine, in the spirituality, there is no such a thing overdoing it or too much. In the spiritual energy, there is nothing called too much. In the spiritual experience, there is nothing called too much. In the devotion, there is nothing called too much. In bhakti, there is nothing called too much. Many wives, they come and complain, Swamiji, my husband is becoming involved with meditation and bhakti too much, please do something. Or husbands will come and complain, she is becoming too much involved in meditation, in bhakti, please do something. Please be very clear. If somebody is too much involved in the world, only then they need treatment. Of course, that I don't have to give. Naturally, they will be taken to a psychiatric doctor. When somebody is too much involved in God, bhakti, nothing is wrong. There is no too much in divine. There is no too much in bliss. Be very clear. There is no too much in spirituality. Here, if you think there is something called too much in spirituality, you always have a problem. Arjuna says, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, means he puts the responsibility on Krishna. He wants the sweet, but he doesn't want to become diabetic. Of course, with the divine sweet, you will never become diabetic. You will never become diabetic. And you will never become diseased. Let me tell you one small story. It's true. I was taken by one of our devotees to Melakote, where Ramanuja lived. God, the prasad which they give is so tasty and so beautiful. Actually, basically the Iyengar families, they cook beautifully. Their food is just Vaishnavites are basically very tasty people. Because Vishnu is the God who accepts everything. And he is the Lord of Lakshmi. And not like Shiva, sitting in Smashana and eating whatever you get by begging and eating. Not like Shiva. Shiva is poor guy and wears some little Rudraksha, and snakes are the pet animals. And that old bull, that is the Vahana. And the Smashan is the place where he lives. And simple that Smashan Bhasma is the cosmetic powder. And nothing much. But Vishnu is the Lord, King. So naturally the Vishnu Bhaktas also will have the same energy. They will nicely cook. And so much of sweet. The intensity of sweet in the sweet is so much. I asked, do you make only for 1 or 2 days or every day? They said, Swamiji, not only we make this every day, the whole village is given this food. Because the whole village is a family who take care of the temple. The temple prasad only is served. Then I asked, surely the whole village should be diabetic. And please understand, you will be surprised, not even a single diabetic patient in the whole village. So much of sweet they eat. So much of sweet, not even a single diabetic patient. Not even a single diabetic patient. I was surprised because when the food is offered to God, it becomes Amrita. Please understand, the mantras which we chant, it affects that food. Don't think prasad is ordinary food. It is energized. The words which you create, let me tell you an important research. then you will understand. Recently, there was a book released called Messages from Water. This movie, What the Bleep Do We Know? In that movie, they describe about this book. You all should see that movie. What the Bleep Do We Know? It's a beautiful movie. In that they say, one Japan doctor has done a research. He keeps 10 different tumblers of water. In front of one tumbler, he says some chants, some good words, peace, bliss, happiness, like this. Words which creates positive emotion. Then, he keeps another one tumbler of water and chants the words, negative words, war, violence, anger, that type of emotion. And he puts the label of war. And after that, he takes one tumbler of water and chants Dhammapada, the words from Buddha's teachings, and different tumblers of waters. He says, if he freezes that water and sees through the microscope and photographs, he comes out with a research report. He says, the water which is energized by positive words, positive energy, it looks almost like a diamond. And he has published a book of all the photographs. So beautiful. The water looks like a diamond, clear. The crystals are clear. And the water which is energized by negative words, the water in front of which he chanted the negative words, they show like a demon. The picture looks like a devil. And the water energized by Dhammapada, it looks so peaceful, so calm. And not once or twice, understand, 300 researches he has done and proved your thoughts affect the water which is in front of you. That is why our masters, they taught us to chant mantras standing in Ganga. The whole river will be energized. If just 5 minutes chanting 2-3 words in front of a water can change the quality of water, means millions of people standing in that water chanting mantra, what energy that water will radiate. That is why the whole Ganga is sacred river. Whatever our rishis did, today the modern day science is proving. Modern day science is proving. See, in those days, these British people, when they come from England, they will bring water in their ship. That will be spoiled within a month. They will suffer without water. But when they go back from Calcutta, the same time only, when they come, if it takes 3 months, when they go back also it takes only 3 months. But when they go back, the water never gets spoiled. They started analyzing why. Then they understood. They bring Ganga water. When they go back, the water is from Calcutta, Ganga. Then they started doing research on Ganga water. They say Ganga water has got quality to purify itself automatically. That is why the Ganga water never is polluted by, in spite of so much of pollution. In spite of so much of pollution, never Ganga water gets polluted because it continuously purifies itself. The whole water is energy. Whole river is energy. Same way, in a temple where continuously these mantras are chanted, when the food is put inside the temple in front of God, when they chant that mantras, that food also starts getting the pure spiritual energy. That starts radiating the energy of positive qualities. You will never become sick by eating prasad. Be very clear. You will never become sick by eating prasad. You will always only become healthy. This is a solid proof. Actually, I was surprised to hear the whole village eats that same akara varisal. In Tamil, they call it akara varisal. And so sweet, so much of sweet. The whole village eats that food regularly, every day, because that is the food which is given from temple. But nobody is diabetic. Nobody is diabetic. It is because of the power of the words, power of that mantra. Be very clear, with the divine, everything will do only good. It will never do any bad. With energy, it is always good. Never you will have anything bad. With Amrita Sagara, you will never die. When it comes to divine, just jump totally. Don't keep anything in reservation. There is no need for any fear. Nothing needs to be afraid. Just relax into the divine. You will transform. He says, Manyade Edidachakyam Maya Trashtumiti Prabhu Yogeshwara Tadome Tvam Dashayatmanam Abhyayam Dashayatmanam Abhyayam. He says, if you think I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me your cosmic form. Bhagavān Vācha Pashyame Partha Rūpāni Sadasoda Sagasrasaha Nana Vidani Divyani Nana Varnakridini Cha. Lord says, O Partha, see hundreds of thousands of my forms. These are of divine forms, diverse divine forms, of diverse colors, shapes and sizes. O Bharata, see the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Aswini Kumaras, Maruts, and many wonderful things which no one has ever seen before. Now he starts explaining or giving darshan. And before that, he says a beautiful word, an important word. He says, O Arjuna, you cannot see my form by your ordinary eyes. You have to see only with the Divya Netra means the third eye, divine eye. Let me give you Divyam Dadami, Dechakshu. He says, let me give you the divine eyes. Then you will start seeing me. Then you will be able to experience me. From this sloka, he starts giving the Viswarupa Darshana. I think from this sloka, the whole thing is a continuity. It has to be understood as one part or one sloka. The whole thing is a single sloka. This whole chapter is a single sloka. Because the whole chapter explains the darshan. Viswarupa
Nithyananda, everyone. Now let's go ahead and do a power manifestation. And you can post what you've learned from this session, internalize from this session. 14th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Please post your powerful cognitions. We are going to quick round of Mahima, or manifestation of Mahima, before we join the darshan preparation. When the divine Kalyan Sundari posted, and the divine energy comes, be courageous to behold it. Wonderful.
We have learned how Arjuna got frightened, seeing the cosmic form of Krishna. Yes. So now get your objects to increase the length of the object to manifest the power of Mahima. Get your objects
It's time to celebrate, 'cause life is all about having fun, like never before.
Now we're going to enter into the 12th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which is Love is Your Very Life. It speaks about the Bhakti Yoga. Love is your very life. Bhakti means devotion in Sanskrit. What about Jalabasti? He says something about it. Yes, ma'am. This is given by Paramashivoham himself in the Agamas. Jalabasti cleanses a lot of not only the accumulated stuff, but a lot of other things like metals and other things, and keeps this intestine so clean. And it is one of the Panchakriya that we all practice. It's there in the Agamas. We have a session on this Jalabasti, how to do, and Yoga Day, Yoga Spurna Day, we had this session. Jalabasti, how to do, one of the Panchakriya. You can share your number, ma. I can share that information with you. Okay, we had the session on this. It is highly recommended to do this. It's highly recommended to do this, and it's not very difficult. Okay, so share your number, ma. I will, in the private chat, I can share the information with you. How to do, okay? I can speak to you. Yes, Bhakti Yoga, the union to devotional love. Swamiji says, love is your very life. Love happens when we experience cosmic consciousness. When we have a spiritual experience, when our ego disappears. Krishna lays out the whole technique for us, step by step. Love is not a mood. It is not a mere emotion. It is our own very existence. Bhakti is the expression of devotional love.
the expression of the gratitude that happens because of a spiritual experience. That's why bhakti happens only after a spiritual experience. If it is our solid experience that every living being is God, we radiate love and our being becomes love. Live in me always. Krishna says, you fix your mind on me alone. Establish your mind in me. You will live in me always. Here, me, Krishna says, that me means our highest divine self, not the 6-foot form of that we usually think. You fix your mind on your higher existence. You will live in me always. There is no doubt in it. With constant practice, try to attain me. If you are not able to practice, then perform actions for me. In this way, develop the desire to attain me. Krishna continues to say, one who has no dislike or envy for any being, who is friendly and compassionate to everyone, free from the sense of I and mine, the ego, maintains equanimity of the mind, both joy and sorrow. Forgiving, ever satisfied, united with yoga, has a strong commitment to me and has fixed his mind and intellect upon me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. One young man asked Ramanuja, Master, please tell me how I can achieve bhakti, achieve God, achieve devotion. Ramanuja asked him, have you ever loved anybody in your life? This man was shaken. He said, I'm a pure brahmachari, a celibate. How can I ask me this question? I came to learn about God and you asked me this question? Ramanuja says, first go and love somebody. See how you feel when you love somebody. Then come back. I will teach you about God. I will teach you about bhakti, devotional love. Understand, unless we love the person whom we can see, how will we love an entity that we have never seen? If we cannot love human beings whom we see every day, how can we love the form of God, whom we should also understand that unless we radiate love in the space where we stay, we can't love the whole world. Next is chapter 13th. Kshetra Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yoga. That means the field and the knower. Knower of the field. The field and the knower of the field. Kshetra Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yoga. The yoga of discrimination of the kshetra. The field and the kshetrajna, the knower of the field. You are a wave in the ocean of existence. When the wave understands that it is not separate from the ocean, it drops the resistance and merges with the ocean. Krishna clearly talks about the physical matter in which we exist, as well as the consciousness that stays in the matter. The consciousness is the root cause, and it is not only the origin but also the cause. It is the source from which we come and in which we stay. The whole universe, the universal consciousness in the space in which we all happen. Our only problem in life is that somehow we have forgotten that we are a part of the ocean. We forgot that we belong to the kshetrajna. The word kshetrajna means consciousness. Another name. Consciousness. which is the cause for the field to function. Krishna, kshetra means field and the kshetrajna means knower of the field. Kshetra means body and kshetrajna means consciousness that knows it has a body. Our consciousness is kshetrajna and our body or matter is kshetra. In this chapter, Krishna reveals the secret of kshetra and kshetrajna. If we don't know the secrets of kshetrajna, the kshetra acts as if it is the owner. Now, let's do one exercise. Witness and be liberated. Krishna ends by saying, if we can witness as pure consciousness, we will be liberated from the bondages of body, mind, and achieve the external consciousness. Krishna gives a technique to realize an eternal consciousness. Witness and be liberated. Please know that becoming a witness of kshetra is the only way to keep us away from the bondages of body and mind. We must witness as kshetrajna, the consciousness. When we do that, we will see the separation of the self from the body and mind. Understand that all our movements, reactions, emotions are all related to the body-mind system. The way we move our body is the reaction by our body-mind system. Our emotions like anger, laughter, sadness by our body-mind system. All of them are movements created by our body-mind system. When we witness these movements happening in our system, when we get angry, how are we? When we get elated, how are we? When we get depressed, are we witnessing? When we witness these movements, these emotions playing game in us, happening in our system, we separate ourselves from the body-mind system. Are you able to catch it? When we watch them like clouds in the sky, when we watch them like a movie on a screen, without getting attached, we see the truth. Even the thought of witnessing our thoughts and our emotions is a thought that is controlled by our mind. Even that is our thought and implies that mind is still acting. Only when we go beyond that thought do we experience the eternal consciousness. The meditation technique, the technique may take at least 10 minutes. You are going to witness your body movements, breath movements and mind movements. Of your body and movements of your breath and movements of your mind. You may ask, what kind of body move? Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yoga. So understand that by inhaling and exhaling, your belly will be moving continuously up and down. There will be a slight movement of your belly during your breathing. Witness that movement. Next, watch the flow of your breath during the inhaling and exhaling without any attempt to control it. Third, watch your mind. Throughout, thoughts will be going on. Please do not judge any. Your thoughts are right or wrong. Don't be afraid of your thinking. For a few minutes, sit comfortably next to your mind like a close friend. You can place your mirror in front of you and cognize that the person is the mirror is your incomplete half. Your mind, who is your close friend, let it all tell you whatever it wants to. Let it speak out loud whatever it wants. Without speaking, your thinking will not have its clarity, depth, and strength. Allow your mind to talk. Talk and talk, and make it as part of you by befriending it. Witness all these with no attachment. Do not stop, control, or go behind anything. This is the self-completion process, just witnessing. Sapurnatva. With your mind, we continuously fight with our body and mind. We cannot get rid of the body and mind by constantly fighting with them. We can only go beyond them through friendliness. Only if we feel deeply friendly towards them will we be able to go beyond body and mind. If we have a negative emotion or fear, greed towards the body and mind, we will naturally abuse and only have a violent relationship with it. Be complete and with the body and mind. So please get ready to do this meditation, witnessing everything. Witness your body movements, witness your breath, witness your mind. Both. First layer, physical body, Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha. Physical body, breath body, and mind body. We are observing what is happening. Is it clear? Chandrasekharanda, is it clear, ma'am? How to do this meditation? Are you clear about it? Any questions? Please do let me know. Three bodies, right? So we exist in not just the physical body, the breath body, the mind body. We have learned this, right? So take this first three. First, we observe the body movement. What I'm sitting, what body movement is happening in me? Your belly is moving, your breath. Sometimes we move, sometimes we itch. See what is happening. Just witness, nothing to do. Witness how your belly is moving, how other body movements are happening. Witness for a few minutes. Then breath. Go along with the breath. How inhaling is happening as slowly as possible. How exhaling is happening. How inhaling, holding, exhaling and holding. How these things happening. Just bring your awareness there. Then mind. Just witness your thoughts. That all the random thought that we get, just witness. Is it clear? Witnessing everything. It leads to self-completion. Is it clear now, Chandrasekhara? Yes, it's clear. Wonderful. Others also clear, right? Jayanti is clear. Chandrasekhara also clear, and others also clear. So witness. Nothing. You don't react. Just pay attention to your body. Bring awareness to your body, your own body and its movement. Is it clear now? It's a self-healing techniques. It leads to completion. So play the music. Just intensely do it. I'll also play the instructions if you would like to.
Yes. Now, relax. You can share your experience. How did you feel about this meditation? You can quickly share. And we are going to have a quick round of power manifestation. Yes. Was interesting. I thought, interesting thoughts. Slow down for a while, and then come back again. I enjoyed the space. Wonderful. Keep practicing. That's all. Just now we learned, Bhagwan Krishna is saying, keep practice. All right, so we will move on to our next chapter. Chapter 14 of Bhagavad Gita, Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga. Gunatraya. There is Traya means three gunas. differentiation between the three gunas. What are those three gunas and how that is possible by completing with your root pattern. So, okay. Natural attributes, the three gunas. The three gunas are sattva, rajas, and tamas. The three attributes of nature in which all living beings exist. Krishna also explains the three layers of the body-mind system. We just witnessed what is that witnessing that happened is for the three layers, right? Prana, Sharira, Manas Sharira, and Sukshma Sharira, which are the physical, mental, and subtle bodies, respectively. Guna, the three attributes. Three means the three attributes. The material nature consists of three attributes or root patterns, gunas. The sattva, that means the goodness. You can roughly come up with goodness. Rajas means passion, and tamas means ignorance or laziness. Sattva refers to the root patterns that lead us to joy, bliss, the space of completion. So, sattva refers to the root patterns that lead us to joy, bliss, and space of completion. Rajas refers to the root pattern that lead us to restlessness, excitement, and work intensely, making us active and materially productive. Tamas refers to the root pattern that lead us to depression, laziness, and dullness. These patterns that automatically arise and imbalance our cognition and lead to depression are called tamas. The level of an animal is the level of instinct, which is tamas. The level of man is the level of intellect, which is rajas. The level of God is the level of intuition, which is sattva. If we are caught in tamas, we need to move towards rajas. If we are caught in rajas, we need to move towards sattva. So if we are caught in sattva, it will automatically lead us to enlightenment. With great clarity, the master tells us what to do. Krishna explained the nature of one who has transcended the three gunas, one who has gone beyond his natural attributes, one who has completed with his root patterns. He explains what we need to do to become a triguna rahita, to become liberated from the influence of the three gunas. He is beyond the play of emotions. Whatever happens is right for him. Success and failure mean the same. Friend and foe makes no difference. Poverty or richness has no influence. Such an attitude of total detachment requires one thing: complete trust and surrender. Bhakti yogena sevate. Devotion is unfailing in all circumstances. The space of completion alone liberates us. So that's about the chapter 14, the gist of chapter 14. Now chapter 15. Purushottama Yoga. No questions, only doubt. Purushottama is the ultimate being, is none other than God. You call it Paramashiva or Vishnu. Purushottama Yoga. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Uthamulam Madashakam Asvattam Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Parnasi Yasyam Vedasa Vedavit. Words that are settled in our inner space form the bone structure of our life. Words expressed are coming out when we are alone, or the root patterns or samskaras printed in your causal body. Our lives revolve around them. If we are conflicting, contradictory words, the bone structure of our life will be a circle put on a square, and rectangle, all crooked perversion. So if you start building your life on it, how will it be? Crooked, perverted, incomplete, and useless. So Adisasya manaskayam. That means you create a body according to the root thought patterns or samskaras in the causal layer. You are hypnotized to believe that your past has influence over your future. No, till this moment, if somebody is a sinner, then the next moment he can be a saint. Till this moment, if somebody is a saint, the next moment he can be a sinner. That is the beauty of mamakara at the time. Those who are free from pride, delusion, and attachment Those who dwell in the self, who are complete with the lust, who are free from dualities of joy and sorrow, not confused, and who know how to surrender to the Supreme Person, attain the eternal consciousness. The ordinary human being, Jiva Bhuta, is in control of his destiny. All that nature provides are paths in our lives, and we choose the path we travel by. We decide the path. What drives us into taking one fork or another is vasana. What decision to make based on your vasana? What we carried? Smell. What drives us into taking one fork or another is vasana, the smell that spirit carries. It is the subtle imprint of our past actions, samskaras, and karmas. It is not definitive or predestined. We have the choice to redefine our vasana, that smell, into either a stink or a wonderful fragrance. It is in our hands only. Whether we wish to travel in the same merry-go-round or decide to break out and walk free is our delusion. Now, let's do a meditation technique. Just sit for 21 days every night before sleeping. Do self-completion with all your incompletions for at least 42 minutes, reliving and relieving your past sufferings and root patterns. This completion process will directly work on your causal layer. Always sleep in the space of completion and wake up with the spiritual thought of completion. Then check your face. It will be changed. Your eyes will have a new look. Your body will have deep grace. Krishna declares, whoever knows me as the Supreme Purushottama, without a doubt, is to be understood as the knower of everything, and worship me with all his being. Yo mam evam asamuddo janati purushottamam. Guru alone gives us experience. A teacher knows intellectually, a master knows experientially, a master has experienced what he is speaking, the truth. We don't have to become something new. We need to wake up and realize what we already are. The master never allows us to stop at any step before the full flowering. Again and again, he inspires and takes us to higher levels of conscious experience until we realize that we are eternal consciousness, our true potentiality. Okay, so now just for this chapter, how many of you know this technique, completion technique? And just do one completion now. Take 10 minutes. Because each chapter, just do one, take an incident, maybe past 24 hours or 48 hours. Take incidents where you become powerless. Write down that quickly and see, then you can ask me questions. So Ma Chandrasekhara says, I become powerless when I can't get power manifestation. I remember doing it almost perfectly when I attended Paramashivoham during COVID period. Yes, Ma. We just spoke about it during our power manifestation soon after the darshan. Each power manifestation, you are practicing or experiencing oneness with the Guru, Paramashiva. By practicing that, the results of it is decalcification of your third eye happening. It's still not manifesting means it still need more decalcification, that's all. But if you keep adding, see, you're cleaning your room one side, right? You're cleaning, you're vacuuming your room. But another side, somebody is dumping the room. When will it be cleaned? You're trying to clean every hook and corner of your place. But some other place, somebody coming and putting. So it will never be cleaned, isn't it? So similarly, you are doing by participating in power manifestation sessions, you're actually working on your third eye, isn't it? Decalcification is happening, cleaning. Why it is there? Everyone it is there. So why it is not the way is expected to function is there is a calcification. We need to work on that. But if you are working on power manifestation, you go powerless means what? Again, you are creating some neurotoxins of powerlessness. Right? So after cleaning the room, putting the dump again, dust again. Be happy that, celebrate that you have participated, and the moment you drop, do whatever completion technique you do, instant completion at technique, what caused this powerlessness, all that. The main incompletion, another post, the main incompletion I am feeling is that something I have prayed for is not coming true even after being blessed. I know things take time, so the incompletion is more with myself and how I'm unable to stay calm and relaxed. I feel incomplete that I am struggling so much, so trust and keep worrying about whether or not what I want will come true even after being blessed. Anything that happens only when we completely believe in that.
What does it mean to live your best life? Is it realizing your goals? Providing for your loved ones? Or having greater peace of mind? No matter what the best life means to you, a clear plan for tomorrow helps you make the most of today.
It is something which already happened. If incompletion comes, you complete with them, drop them, again recreate the space. Don't holding on to incompletion, and when there is no space, when you get the incompletion, your space is cut or holes happen. In that space, it will not happen. The leakage of energy only happen. But how to hold that space is whatever coming up, you complete with it. You drop it, you do unclutching, whatever you do, again recreate the space. Bring back to that. How intensely you are vibrating with that. Are you able to relate with this, ma? Recreating the space again and again is the only way. Getting into incompletion, you manifest. That means you are closing the door forever. Pooja Kumar, yes, completely. Thank you. And very helpful, wonderful. Yes, ma. So always, see, it is like this. If you have attended Kalpataru, we generally give this example. How we manifest anything, like we hold that space. We know, we see that as a reality right in front of our eyes. For example, you are wanting to working with the balloons. You want to fly the balloons. You're pumping the gas, right? But if there is a hole happened in that balloon, how much ever gas you put in, the balloon will not fly. That means if you consider the balloon as your space, you created a space like a balloon. You try to pump in to fly, pump in gas. But if some reason, some hole happened, whatever you do, that is useless. So once you create a space, you felt powerless, you entertain negative emotions, and that space will not work anymore. You recreate a space, you complete with that, close it, recreate the space. How quickly you recreate the space, meaning what? Seeing that already happened and seeing that right in front of you. Not I want, but already happened. There's a huge difference. Now, let's move to the next chapter. Daivasura Sampat Yoga, you and me. What is the difference? Daiva Asura. Daiva means divine, Asura means demon. Krishna speaks extensively about the deeper body-mind layer, the causal body. The chapter is called the Purushottama Yoga, or the Yoga of the Perfected Being. Krishna points out how the body-mind system is like a unique tree, which is roots in the, I think this belongs to the previous slide. This is the correct. Krishna speaks about the qualities of the divine, Daiva, and the demonic, Asura. The beauty is that both these words are the same root. All the root thought patterns or biomemories, samskaras, are stored in causal layer. They operate without our control. Decisions are made without our knowledge. However, at the deeper level, in the cosmic layer, we decide continuously, you and me. Divine or demon. Daiva or Asura. When we make the decision of you, we radiate divine qualities. When we made the decision of me, Me, what is in me? What will I get if I do this? We radiate demonic qualities. Such a beautiful way Krishna is explaining. We need to understand you and me properly. The word me means ego. The word you means the whole of existence. Your ego and the rest of the world. When our identity evaporates, when our ego dissolves, whatever is left is existence. It is divine, Daivik. We create the demon by bringing in the idea of me. The moment we bring in the idea of me, whatever is there, the demonic. The moment the me idea is removed, whatever there is divine. So simply, the chapter is explained. The chapter 7, Shraddhatraya Vibhaga Yoga. Shraddha is authenticity. Straight authenticity is straight way to liberation. Living is about having Shraddha, authenticity, courage of authenticity to live the truth. Your convictions and your day-to-day life is living. Shraddha is a total conviction in what we are feeling, thinking, speaking, and doing. There should be no doubt in our mind about the path that we are following and why we are following it. Authenticity is being sincere to the four aspects of you: the inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. Being sincere to all these four is authenticity. Bring more and more authenticity, take more and more responsibility, and when you take more and more responsibility, sit by creating the space and be ready to sacrifice. The world will simply move based on your word. The world will move as you want. Practice authenticity. Shraddha, authenticity has to be practiced in every dimension of your life, at every level of your thinking, at every level of your cognizance. Understand that the ultimate step or the straight way to enlightenment is authenticity, to live the truth. Enriching without expectation. Incarnation still landing on planet Earth to make all of you enlightened is nothing but the universe is practicing responsibility and leads you to the path of complete cognition of an experience of the ultimate consciousness and ultimately to love and oneness with the divine. This is where the role of Guru is important. Now we are entering into the last chapter, Bhagavad Gita, Moksha Sannyasa Yoga. Moksha is liberation. Drop everything and surrender. Essence of the entire Bhagavad Gita is Sarvadharman parityaga mamekam saranam raja aham tvam sarva papebhyo moksha isyami manusaha. Drop everything. Whatever you know as dharma, whatever you know as life, whatever you think you know, just drop it. Drop everything and surrender. Whatever you know is only your knowledge. It is just what you know. It is not what is. Knowledge does not prove existence. There is no I, there is no mind. Can whatever you think of I, either your body or your mind, function without air? Can you say that air belongs to you? The basic energy, prana, which goes in and comes out, does it belong to you? If prana stops happening, what you think of you disappear. I and mind, the reason for all problems. These two instincts of holding on to I and mind are the reasons for physical and mental problems. The instinct to survive and the instinct to possess are the root cause of our problems. If we do not internalize our outer incidents, and if we treat them with the indifference they deserve, we experience what I call surrender. One day, Sri Vishnu was resting in Adishesha, the big serpent where Mahavishnu lies. His bed, that is actually a big serpent. Lakshmi, his consort, was pressing his feet. That is known as Pada Seva, service to the feet. Suddenly, Sri Vishnu called his vehicle, Garuda, and stood up and ran a few steps, stopped and then walked back. Lakshmi was puzzled and asked what has happened. Sri Vishnu explained that he has seen a man throwing stones at one of his devotees who was meditating. He jumped up and intending to protect him. However, he saw the devotee open his eyes and pick up a stone to defend himself. When Vishnu saw that the man could protect himself, he decided not to go. Thus, when you protect yourself and your property, he withdraws. To protect does not mean that you should not lock your home. It means that you should drop the instinct of survival. The instinct of survival constantly tortures you, but the instinct to survive heals you every moment. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirбhavati bharata abhyutthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijatmaham pavitranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma samstapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Whenever the collective consciousness increases to establish the righteousness of the external consciousness, I myself appear millennium after millennium. The possibility of enlightenment is kept open for the future generations on planet Earth. It is a promise. It is deliverance to all of humanity. Take a few moments to pray to Parabrahma Krishna, the universal Krishna, that he may give us the glimpse of the ultimate truth. Take a few moments to pray. Please close your eyes and pray intensely to him. Let us take a few minutes to offer our gratitude to the great masters. First, offer our gratitude to the great master Sri Krishna, who showed this great truth upon this whole universe. Let us give our gratitude to him. Then come to the Master who preserved this truth so that we can enjoy and experience these truths in our life. Let us give our gratitude to the entire Guru Parampara, the lineage of the Gurus. Let's take a few more minutes and pay our gratitude. Yes. Now, you can share your experience. If you have any questions, please.
Become a delivery partner with Amazon Flex. With self-service sign-up and no upfront cost or fees, it really is simple. Plus, convenient pickup locations across Singapore for van and sedan delivery partners. There are great benefits when you drive for Amazon Flex, including 18% off Shell fuel. Are you over 18? Have a Singapore driver's license? Own a van or sedan? Yes? Use your iPhone or Android phone to sign up to Amazon Flex on the app. Anywhere, anytime. Search Amazon Flex in the App Store or visit flex.amazon.com.sg to sign up.
Thank you, Ma Pooja. So share with your friends, family, what you learned. The more you share, the more you listen. Not only the other person benefits, the more you listen. Just take a few minutes and share with your friends and family. You can also share what you learned in the chat. Yes. Nithyananda, everyone. Let's pay our deepest gratitude to Swamiji. With the space of deep gratitude, let's conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tasat Sarvam Bhagavad Śrī Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Bring your friends and family. Nithyanandam. Tomorrow, we are going to learn all about completion, self-completion, and many techniques. What is suffering and all that. So come back with your friends and family.
Viewer discretion is advised. On January 10th, all 5 episodes. One killer drop. I wouldn't have it any other way. Marvel Studios Echo. All episodes streaming January 10th.
Before we begin with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja today, we request all the Pada Puja participants and everybody else who is participating in this puja, physically here and online, to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that whatever I offer to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Nithyananda Paramashivoham, during the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now begin with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. We request all the participants to be seated with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Being in the space of gratitude and deep restful awareness in your Ananda Gandha. As we begin, with the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking the presence of our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमाम् नित्यानन्दपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनिटिलकृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः दधानोदष्टानं जिनशिवनिराजं शशिकलाम् प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते. The next is the Tvachmanam, which is the ritualistic cleansing. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, take an adhani of water into right palm and sip the water thrice as you chant the following mantras. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. The next is the Shuklambaradharam. Now, please take a few flowers and akshata into your hands. Clench your hands into the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. As you tap the sides of your forehead, visualize nectar in the Sushumna Nadi reaching Mahaganapati in the Mooladhara Chakra. As we perform the Shuklambaradharam. शुक्लांबरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये. Next is the process of pranayama, which is the process of inhalation, retention and exhalation. As we'll be performing the pranayama, we'll be chanting the Samhita mantras thrice internally. ओम हम ईशानमूर्धाय नमो ह्रीं तत्पुरुषवक्त्राय नमो हम अगोरहृदयाय नमो ह्रीं वामदेवख्याय नमो हम सत्यजातमूर्ते नमो हृदयाय नमो ह्रीं शिरसे नमो हम शिखायै नमो ह्रीं कवचाय नमो हम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम हस्त्राय नमो हम ईशानमूर्धाय नमो ह्रीं तत्पुरुषवक्त्राय नमो हम अगोरहृदयाय नमो ह्रीं वामदेवख्याय नमो हम सत्यजातमूर्ते नमो हृदयाय नमो ह्रीं शिरसे नमो हम शिखायै नमो ह्रीं कवचाय नमो हम नेत्रेभ्यो नमो हस्त्राय नमो हम ईशानमूर्धाय नमो ह्रीं तत्पुरुषवक्त्राय नमो हम अगोरहृदयाय नमो ह्रीं वामदेवख्याय नमो हम सत्यजातमूर्ते नमः ओम हृदयाय नमो ह्रीं शिरसे नमो हम शिखायै नमो ह्रीं कवचाय नमो हम नेत्रेभ्यो नमो हस्त्राय नमः. Now, let us enter into the Sankalpa, creating a conscious resolution for performing this ritual of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on this auspicious occasion of the 47th Avatara Dinotsava. Clasp your hands, place them on your right thigh. Be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Om Mamopata Samasta Turidakshaya Dvara Bhagavad Śrī Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Śrī Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Śrī Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adhya Brahmanah Dvitiya Parardhe Śrī Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambodvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Yavaharike Prabhavadinam Jashtya Samvatsaranam Madhye Shobhakritanama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwara Ritau Dhanurmase Krishnapakshe Ashtamyam Shubhadito Guruvasarayuktajam Chitra Nakshatra Atiganda Yoga Taitilakarana Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Shri Kailasa Dvadashantashyamala Pīఠārūಢa Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinnaswarupa Parashiva Putra Ratnakumara Gurumanyatulyavatāra Shri Parvati Stanyapāna Labdha Divyajnana Vishruta Sakala Nigamagamāsara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktre Srīmad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Muktamaya Chaturasrayana Gīyamana Chhatra Chamara Shri Jinnakahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapavarga Varsha Vishrana Jīmuta Paramata Kalabhageshari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajadhiraja Pandya Maharaja Guru Shapanacākyādi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vikshana Narahara Dvajocchedana Purvaka Srīmad Rishabhadvaja Sthapaka Shaiva Samayakartre Sarvajña Pīఠārūಢa Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vāgīsha Sundara Manikya Vāchaka Swaminam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punaruddhrita Shyamala Pīఠa Sarvajña Pīఠa Trinavattyuttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhana Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramparāgata Arunachala Sarvajña Pīఠa Guru Mahasannidhana Kailasa Paramparāgata Adijay Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajña Pīఠa Trayastrimshaduttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhana Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rachita Kailasa Paramparāgata Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pīఠa Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pīఠa Katre Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparāgata Vaivasvatamanu Ikshvaku Harishchandra Bhagīrata Sri Ramachandra Surasena Ityādi Anavachinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparāgata Chaturshashti Yogini Mandita Chaturshashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Anudharma Shasana Surya Vamsha Prapta Sarvajña Pīఠa Surangi Samrajya Murdha Vishikta Chudamani Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kapila Mahaguru Punaruddhrita Mahanirvani Pīఠa Ashtottara Sahasra Sri Mahamandaleshwara Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Sri Mahaganapati Samarambha Navachinna Pīఠādīśvara Guru Parampara Prapta Atala Pīఠa Ashtottara Sahasratama Ashtottara Sahasra Sri Atala Pīఠādīśvara Dharma Mukti Swarga Purat Swarna Pīఠa